So you guys have just uh, gone to bed for the night. If you remember, since it's been a very, very long time, uh, you guys had Gustav's class where he went over some more history. This time he moved past the Atlantean timeline to into the ancient Greek and Phoenician era and the famous war between Greece and Persia, and how King Darius how Persia was the last real special nation, uh, and how after they fell, all specials kind of went into hiding because they were persecuted, kind of like a witch hunt. And then uh, all of you are getting ready for the next day. Oh, what are
I
we?
yawn. I did not yawn through that whole thing.
Ah.
It's like, oh my god, stay awake, stay awake.
And it is the next morning. You know that today is Judas's class, which is generally very interactive.
I'm sure
And
Akiho will love
Yeah.
there's an announcement over the intercom actually at around 8 in the morning. It's actually not from Judas. Uh, it is from Gustav. It is Gustav coming over the intercom saying, uh, "All students, please be ready for Gustav's class, or not for Judas's class in the next hour. Please meet in the courtyard outside of the building." And then it kind of just uh, abruptly cuts out. This is a bit different than the last time you had a class with Judas, as there was not an intercom message at all, and Judas kind of just waited for people to show up. And so that's kind of noticeable to you guys. But
Okay.
yeah, it is about 8 in the morning. Who all would be up?
8 a.m. I would just be awake. Like,
All
just wake up at 8.
all right, so you're laying in bed and about, you're still in that kind of lucid state where you're like still kind of waking up and still kind of asleep when the intercom message comes over, uh, and it uh, it wakes you up better than any alarm clock would, because it's just loud and out of nowhere.
I think Akio would be up because I think I made Akio an early riser. I don't remember, but I'm gonna say that now.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you established that. Not quite Karu level, from what I remember, but um, you
Yeah,
you
yeah, definitely
you're
not
still
Karu
a
level.
morning person, but you're also kind of an afternoon person and a night person too. So
You're a day person. No,
I'm a
a
day person.
total day person.
just bright and sunny, and want to spread that sunshine to everyone they meet. Anyway, what about so Megumi? What are you doing this morning?
I
Anything
guess I
special?
have to. I guess I have to get up and get dressed.
Uh,
Sigh.
you could always just not get dressed. I'm sure that would please a lot of people. Sora.
Just
Yeah.
him.
mean, you don't know what Karu might be thinking or Lawrence, but
I mean, I would have side-eyed, what's his face first? Max.
Right. Max is Baka. I guess I'm getting ready again. It did not roll. What the hell? Roll. There you
you
go.
are looking
I'm
spectacular.
fine. I have to get ready.
The sudden shock of hearing Gustav's voice in the morning flushed life into your cheeks, and you're looking immaculate this morning. Uh,
Alright, so that's what I'm doing.
all right. Um,
Mostly with and stuff as I'm getting ready. Just because it's so early.
all right, Akiho. About how long have you been up, and what are you doing this morning? Anything special?
Um, I don't think anything special. I guess I would have gotten up around 6 or 7, and then I don't remember if I had any plans. So I'm just gonna say Akio spent a lot of the morning reading and people watching if anyone came through the main lobby.
Well, there were some people that around, 7:30, 8ish were heading to the cafeteria for breakfast.
I suppose around 8 o'clock when other people were starting to get up. I guess Akio would have headed to the mess hall to make breakfast as well.
All right. S- What about you, Karu? Any morning plans?
Morning plans. Well, since we're gonna take Judas' class, I don't feel the need to necessarily do morning uh, weapon
Exercises?
train. Yeah, morning weapon training or exercises, since we're gonna be doing a lot of that.
You only do 100 slashes instead of the customary 500.
uh, so I'll probably, due to that, I'll probably actually only be up at like 6 earliest, or I don't know. Circadian rhythm is annoying sometimes. So probably closer to 5. Um, but I'll probably at least walk around just to kind of wake up a little.
All right, so you like
Um,
take a walk around the courtyard, is what you're
yeah.
saying? All right. All right. Well, you kind of you do run into to Vera just kind of walking around.
Fucking ninja bitch.
She seems to also be going for a morning walk.
Oh.
She
Um,
she doesn't
What the
immediately
fuck?
say anything to you, but she does give you kind of a nod when she sees you.
Why did
Um,
I change back? There we
you
go.
you kind of feel like this is a step forward in comparison to everyone else. You don't know if she would even acknowledge that anyone else.
well, I will return the nod back, and unless unless she does like a quick nod or something, just say, "I'll greet her morning."
She gives you a slight little bow and she says, "Good morning, Karu. You are up rather early."
As per usual, I tend to stick to the roof for sword training, but since we're taking Judas' class, I figured we would get more than enough exercise.
Uh, she just gives you kind of a curt nod and she says, "Yes, indeed. if it is anything like the last time, then it will be quite entertaining.
Is she in her maid outfit again?
Yes.
Okay. I was just like thinking it's like I was just I was just wanting to check.
So, she kind of says, "So, do you have any plans for today?"
For the time being, no. I do not.
She says, uh, "Well, I would like to remind you that uh, Mrs. Giovanni advised you to uh, be cautious of any interactions you may have with the others." And then she just kind of nods and says, "Have a good morning, Karu," and starts walking off.
I'm actually trying to remember whenever she said that.
If you recall, she's been telling you uh, off and on to basically not trust anyone for any reason.
Oh, okay, that's what she was referring to. All right. Okay.
Never trust anyone.
Never.
Not even myself.
Especially not
And then just
yourself.
stab yourself. Not even myself. I should have been expecting this.
um. Vera's by herself.
Yes.
Pretty sure I thought people were supposed to stick together. But I don't know. Maybe she doesn't want to be seen.
Well, she's. Give me a mind roll.
Okay, mind. What's that die? There it is.
All right, 10. So, she is kind of. She's walking in the open. She doesn't look like she's trying to be hidden. Let's see. How do I forget roll 20 commands?
I mean, unless she's like intentionally trying to get caught.
She could be. You don't know.
I mean, like in character, knowing her, what she's capable of.
Right.
Like, I guess it's feasible. All right.
All right. So it is around 8:30ish, give or take. Akiho, you were going to breakfast.
Yes.
Megumi,
Yeah, I should.
are you still beautifying yourself, or would you have
I
time?
think after half an hour, yeah, and I'm gonna make breakfast a whole like rushed thing.
Okay. So you get out of the door at like 8:25, and you're just rushing down the path. Karu, what about you?
At 7:30, I probably would have had to breakfast, or 7:45 or something.
All right, so you go pretty early. All right, well you're you're the first one in there, besides I get it. I'm trying to remember names, so many names. Besides Safra, you're the only one in there. Safra seems to be in there, making some kind of breakfast food for everyone. And she is kind of, whenever you walk in, she's kind of surprised, and it's like, "Oh, good morning, Karu. You're up very early.
Morning.
I
Sorry.
I won't be done for a little while longer, but you're welcome to sit here and stay. There's fruit."
That's fruit. Uh, that would be great.
All right. She kind of just points towards it and turns around and just keeps cooking. She seems a bit preoccupied.
Right. I'll sample a little fruit.
It's good fruit. It's not super fresh, but it's about the best thing you can get. You see people start to trickle in over time. You see you see Sora actually come in relatively early, around 8ish.
Okay.
Then you see Lawrence and Chiho, and then you see Isabella. You see
When does-
Gustav. You see Gustav walk in for about 5 or 10 minutes, get a cup of coffee, and leave.
When did Akiho show up?
Akiho showed up just a little bit after Isabella and Chiho. Isabella and Chiho kind of walked in together. Hold on. I'm back. But yeah, Chiho and Isabella walk in together. They're kind of chatting, it seems like, on level, right? Isabella's talking about Isabella things, or actually she's not talking at all. She's kind of just staring straight ahead and saying just one comment at a time, as per her way. And Chiho seems to be pretty enthused this morning, in a good mood. And then after that, you see Akiho come in, just a big gleaming smile.
That
Uh,
terrible, like
Um,
terrible smile. Terrible as in like not bad, but what something to be feared.
yeah. Let's see.
Well, I'll greet Akiho.
Hi. Good morning. Real upbeat.
So, you ready for Judas's class today? I'll actually be smiling a little about it.
Yeah, that's right.
Cringe a little.
Now that you're teasing, like I smirk at that one.
No, you're not quite in the. You haven't quite shown up yet.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm still eating.
Yeah, you're still getting there.
Getting pretty. That's right.
Yeah, Akiho will just like cringe a little and then perk up just a little bit, remembering that it's not going to be as active.
Karu, you can go ahead and give me a soul roll.
All right.
Yeah, you don't really notice their lip kind of twitch whenever you say that.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
They just seem genuinely happy.
I mean, he
Yeah.
is pretty excited about everything, so I mean that's fair.
So yeah, Akio just good morning, and then the silent cringe, and then remembering that it's not going to be as active. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good class. I'm ready to get back into it. How about you?
Oh, yeah, I'm excited for class. I like to have a challenge, so uh, I'm curious to see what he'll have for us today. Since I guess I wasn't really involved in the previous exercise.
You, in fact,
Well,
were not there.
I was not there.
count yourself lucky there. I wasn't a fan.
I missed it.
Around this time, uh, you hear the door to the cafeteria, or Safra about 5 or 10 minutes ago uh, started serving up food, and everyone was going to get their plates. And about uh, and around now, you just hear the door just boom,
Yes.
and you see Megumi walk in the door, little sweat on her brow.
But like, yeah, but it's good,
It's like,
glistening, pretty
yeah,
girl sweat.
pretty girl sweat, slightly panting.
Yeah.
See, she's already ahead of the day.
You
Just
you got about 15 minutes.
to eat.
Yeah.
All right. Sit, and I'm going to stuff self. Boom. It's not
Yeah.
very graceful.
Pretty great, more graceful than you think it would be.
But it doesn't look like it. It's just stuffing.
Yeah, you think you're being very piggish, but to everyone around you, it just seems like she's eating slightly faster than usual.
Oh yeah, speaking of food, I should take a plate to Max, so he can eat before class.
Oh, I forgot you.
Max
Yeah.
is not there.
Right. That's why I'm gonna take a
He's,
plate to him.
All
Oh,
right.
in his
God, that's
special
right,
secret
inmate.
Max room.
I completely forgot about inmate.
Sora kind of casually walks up beside you, Megumi, and he's like, good morning. I was afraid you weren't gonna make it.
I cannot answer because that's slightly what I look like right now.
Essentially, just stuffing your face, two-handed.
I'm just he gets a Except like it's like 2 hash browns and then like it looks like a piece of toast.
all carbs and starch.
Yes. I'm a teenager, so it doesn't go to my hips or anything.
It's fair.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm here.
He Sora just kind of takes that as a cue since you're not shooing him off. He just sits at the table with you, and he's just like eating his food very slowly. He's just about done, and and he seems to be completely oblivious to you just stuffing your face, and he's just like, so you and you and Lawrence had a good time the other night. or the
Mm.
other afternoon.
Oh God. Hit. Hang on. There you go. Uh huh. Yeah. Sure. We did. Yeah. And I'm just kind of looking at him like in between bites.
Angry, happy, eating.
Uh, he's just he doesn't really know what to say. He's just like just trying to make conversation, and then just it just gets very silently awkward, and he's just eating the rest of
Like
the
eating
food.
normally, and yeah.
Yeah,
So it's awkward, and then I'm
there's like no 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 no
I'm,
no.
I'm making like little like this is so good noises.
All right. Um.
Mm.
So, uh, so Karu, you're going to take food to Max.
Yes.
All right. Akiho, what are you doing? You see Chiho, Isabella, and Lawrence sitting at a table together. You see Megumi eating, and Sora kind of sits down and talks for a second, and then kind of just like it gets very quiet, and you just see them eating over there.
I'll I'll make some just quick toast or something with like jam or something spread on one side.
I mean, Safra cooked you everyone
Oh,
breakfast,
oh, she
so
cooked everyone breakfast.
yeah.
Okay. Is there something that's I feel like I came a little late to the breakfast, right? Because
No, you were about
Megumi's like
on
starving
time.
or like scarfing down.
No, you were on time. You would have gotten your food about 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, then I would have been eating. Never mind. I was just
Yeah.
double checking.
Um, you do see
Um,
Vera come in at one point, and she just kind of grabs some food and leaves.
okay. Uh, if I made eye contact, I would have waved.
Uh,
Just well, I would have like
she
told anyone I walked by good morning, and
uh,
but since you specifically called out Vera, I'm just
she
saying.
she just looks at you, turns, and keeps walking,
Gosh.
just out the door.
Can't let that keep me down.
Wah, wah.
And then go back to just eating. I figure I'd probably be near Chiho and
Alright,
Isabella, and so I'd
alright.
be talking to them occasionally.
Chiho's sitting at the table and she says, Akiho, it's Judas's class day. It's gonna be so much fun. What do you think we're gonna be
Yeah.
doing today?
Oh, I don't know, but I can't wait to just get back to class.
I want to. Isabella says, I want to go home. Chiho
But
just says, no, don't be like that. It's good. It'll be good for you. You'll grow up big and strong like me.
but isn't going to classes with everyone more fun than being at home? Trying to look on the bright side.
Isabella just kind of says, I guess, and then just starts eating again. And Chiho kind of pats her on her head, and it kind of causes her whole body to kind of bounce and compress. And she's just like, you see, that's the spirit. And you see it here, Isabella go kind of like, "Ugh," and she kind of starts coughing a little bit, like, and Chiho just like starts overreacting, like, oh my god, oh no, no, like, breathe, 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 breathe.
I would get up and help her. I cannot let Isabella suffocate.
she, uh,
God.
she quickly stops coughing, and Chiho's like legit looking at her legitimately, like I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Isabella. It won't happen again. Being very melodramatic, and Isabella is just like, it's okay. And Chiho's like, oh, I don't know what I would have done if I ever harmed little Isabella. And just being way over the top. She's being so loud for her this morning.
Well, everything.
The
Oh
weather
shit!
is
What's that
very
saying
nice.
again? What's that saying? Everything ends well that goes well. What?
Everything's well that ends well, or something. I
I
don't.
finally found it.
All's well that ends well.
All's well that ends well. Yeah. Well, all's well that ends well. It's all right. No harm done at this point, right? I
Isabella
say as I.
just nods, and Chiho's just like, Akiho, you're so smart. I couldn't have thought
Just.
of something like that. That could be a saying.
Oh jeez. I
I'm gonna
think it
start
is
using
somewhere.
that. I'm gonna start using that.
Do it. I think it is somewhere. And I just like give a thumbs up, and like, shiny teeth smile.
Lawrence kind of comes over and sits at the table with you guys, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I hope I'm not interrupting you guys."
Not at
Fucking
all.
Lawrence.
Join us.
And he sits there quietly, and he says, "Oh, so I don't think I told all of you yet, but I was kinda trying to go around and draw portraits of everyone, and I was kinda hoping to get some of you guys whenever you're free."
That
And
sounds like fun. I say as I like put my arm around Chiho's shoulder, and it's like we could do a group portrait, right?
uh, Lawrence goes, "Oh, I was trying to do it, like individual, but I mean, we can do a group one at some point."
All right, yeah, we can do both.
Chiho says, "Oh, like one of those things in museums?" And Lawrence says, "Uh-huh, yeah, kind of like that, I guess."
What?
And Isabella just says, "Okay, what's a portrait?" Uh,
It's where they someone draws you. You know how you like to draw?
yes.
Uh, Lawrence said he's gonna draw us.
Oh, Lawrence draws good. That would be fun.
Right? Even Isabella agrees.
Lawrence says, kind of leans over to Isabella, and he says, "Uh, do you want me to draw you next then?" Isabella looks up and says, "Okay." And Lawrence says, "All right, well, how about after class, we'll go find somewhere pretty, and I'll draw you. You'll have to sit still for a long time."
Oh, we can do that, no problem. I say as one of the like two most excitable people in the group.
Isabella just looks up and says, "I can be still."
Uh,
Lawrence just just kind of like, uh, cool. Um, well, I'll see you, all in class. And he
All
gets
right,
up.
see you there.
He starts to
I
get
wave
up,
by.
and Chiho turns to you as he starts to walk away, and he's like, "We're gonna be like models or those princesses in the the pictures."
Yeah, this could be the start of your modeling career.
She does the thing where she like puts both her hands on her cheeks, and she's like, "Oh, don't say that. I'm not nearly pretty enough."
I don't remember what you look like because your picture was deleted, so I can't see your face now. But I'm sure you're gorgeous.
Oh, okay. She's kind of tannish with dark brown hair.
Oh yeah, I think I remember what she kind of looked like. But
Dark
yeah,
brown,
it still stands.
dark brown eyes. Pretty smile.
Okay. But yeah, it still stands what I would have said. I would have done the normal complimenting, been like, no, you're perfect for it.
Ah. All right, Karu, you are going to take food to Max.
Yes.
Okay. So you head back to the little hotel area, the dorm. Well, yeah, I guess more of a
Yeah.
hotel area. You go up there and you see. You get in the office area on the first floor, and you see Gustav sitting at his desk with a cup of coffee, looking out his window, and you see. You also see Judas in there,
Okay.
and uh, Judas looks kind of. It looks like his hair isn't brushed, and he's just kind of like laying on the cow, like laying on in the back of his chair, like
Oh, did he
just
like
like
drink himself like
that.
hard?
No, not like that. Just more
Oh,
like he maybe got up 5 or 10 minutes ago, kind of look, and
okay.
and uh, and you hear something like damn it, Gustav, and then he notices you in the room, and he just shuts up real quick, and Gustav kind of looks to you and he says, "Good morning, uh, Karu. Is there something you needed?"
Morning, greetings. I have brought food for Max.
Ah, that's very kind of you.
fucking oversight again. Shit bag.
And he says Safra was going to bring him something later, but I suppose this is fine now. Uh, and he gets up and he goes and he unlocks the door.
Okay. uh, and I guess I'll walk in. I'm going to not immediately turn the light on, but I will knock on the wall first and say, Max.
There isn't an immediate response.
How dark is it in here then?
Um, I mean, the curtains are drawn, so it's pretty dark, but it's light enough that you look on the bed and you don't really see a silhouette on the bed.
Look at the ceiling.
Oh gosh, looks up. Oh no.
No.
So I'm gonna go ahead and I'll turn on the light. I can't see him on the bed, so it's like he's got to be somewhere. this point.
Go ahead and give me a body check, or a body or a mind.
Okay.
Probably mind. Let's go with mind.
I mean, they're the same, so it doesn't matter. 14.
You see on the bed, kind of like in the center, under the blankets, there's just like a little bulge. Just like a really small, like 7-inch circle where blankets are displaced.
Oh, he's under. Okay. I mean, they're gonna have to wake him up like within 20 minutes anyway. I'm going to, since it's under covers, I'm gonna just poke the cat. Not hard, but enough to be like, hey, get up. And hopefully it won't like, hopefully he won't like just aggress on me immediately.
As soon as you poke him, like the thing where you feel his entire body tense up and kind of shift, and you just hear,
hey, Max, it's me, Karu. I brought you some breakfast. I'll set it on the table.
There's kind of some shuffling, like there's a long pause for a second, and then like there's shuffling under the blanket, like, and you slowly start to see the little circle in the bed start to expand out.
Okay.
And then you just see a foot under the blanket. It's like, thanks, Karu.
I mean, they were gonna wake you up in like 20 minutes anyways, so.
Why?
Oh, class today.
Oh god, that's right. We have those. Alright, well, I'll see you then, I guess.
Alright, I'm setting this here, so see you soon.
Turn the light off.
I guess I'll... Don't fall asleep. I'm turning the light off. So I turn the light off, but I say that because I hope he's just using it to adjust his eyes and not just go back to sleep.
And then your trust was betrayed.
Okay, I will leave after that, and I'll let Gustav know.
Gustav just says, well, he looks well. When I woke him up yesterday, he just hissed at me.
I mean, I guess being cooped up in the room might do that to you.
Well, you also brought him food. Judas kind of yells from the back.
It's like you came with a freaking peace treaty.
Yeah, you came with a bribe. Anyway.
All right. Okay, well, I'll just let Gustav know. It's like that's it for now. I'm gonna head, I guess, back to the cafeteria until class starts.
And Judas kind of rubs his eyes and says, "Yeah, I'll see you there." Oh, is there any coffee left?
All right. So I'll head back.
Whenever you get into the lobby, you see Lucilia sitting on the couch, reading a book, uh, in uh, kind of like shorts and a t-shirt, right?
So the same thing she was pretty much wearing the first time she
Yeah,
was.
basically the same thing she was wearing the first time. And Vera is wearing a matching set beside her, and she's just kind of sitting there uh, in a chair beside Lucilia. And Lucilia hears the elevator open and kind of lifts her head from her book, and she says, "Ah, good morning, Karu."
Good morning to you as well. I see you both are ready for Judas's class today.
She just kind of sighs, just like, yes.
Awesome.
And she says, "I suppose I will see you then."
Of course, I wouldn't miss it.
All right. Uh, so, does anyone have anything else to do in the time in
No,
between the class and breakfast time?
not in between. Other than continue to ignore Sora or delicious breakfast.
Yeah, he still kind of casually tries to bring up things like, "Well, it's a nice day, isn't it? I'm glad the rain's gone." Uh-huh,
Yeah,
yeah.
me too.
It's just things like that for just like 15 minutes. Or
I'm glad you finally agreed to the orgy.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh gosh.
Tonight, yeah, okay.
Whatever.
Uh, well, um, the intercom rings again, and it's Gustav, and it says, "All students, please move to the fountain in front of the uh, hotel lobby." And whenever all of you get there, you see Judas, Gustav, and Safra uh, all standing there. Lucilia and Vera are uh, the first ones there. It seems like they've been standing there for a few minutes before everyone else showed up. Uh, do,
Those two must be really excited for class, huh?
Chiho says, "I guess everyone's excited. Juice's class is the best. You don't have to think nearly as much."
Awkward laugh. Ha ha ha. Yeah.
Uh, you see Judas kind of like clap his hands together and say, "All right, let's see. Is that?" By the way, you see Max standing beside Gustav, uh, and he's kind of like wiping his eyes, like, "Oh." Judas stands on the little bench uh, beside the fountain to kind of stand over everyone, and it's like, all right, let's see, is everyone here? And he's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it looks like everyone's here. Awesome. Uh, let's see. And Gustav says, can you please carry on with this, Judas? And he says, we don't have all day. And Judas just says, you're always in a rush, Gustav. Oh, fine, fine. So here's the deal, guys. Originally, I had planned for today to be. I was going to begin all of you on combat training a little bit early, in light of things happening. However, uh, Gustav here has decided that our time would be better spent preparing you for tomorrow's class. So, in preparation for tomorrow's class, I'm going to be teaching all of you some meditation and self-awareness techniques to help center yourselves today. Uh, so, we have laid out mats across the grass, so feel free to pick one, and let's get this started. You guys can give me a soul roll if you want.
I don't want, because I hate soul rolls.
Okay.
I hate body rolls actually more. Yeah.
No,
body
yeah, you
rolls.
hate body roll.
Then yeah, you don't notice anything.
I'll do that anyway. I thought it was a body
you,
roll.
You don't know. You don't really
10.
notice.
No.
Wow.
Megumi, you notice that he's kind of peeved that he has to do this. The other two, you don't really notice much. But yeah, Megumi, you notice he would rather be doing something else. But nevertheless, he's doing it with enthusiasm. So there are mats laid out on the grass, presumably for you to sit on or something. Do you go to your respective mats?
I'm muttering something like while we're in a crowd, like hitting over. It's like, oh look, something Max would have excelled in.
Something what?
Max would have excelled in.
Sleeping.
Sleeping.
Sitting on a mat class.
Sitting on a mat class. You hear, I heard that, Miss Nekamara.
Whatever.
No soup for you. Anyway, what about the rest of you? You see that Chiho gives you, Akiho, a look of confusion. She looks very confused, and she starts walking towards a mat, and she just kind of sits down on one.
I'll go sit beside her.
Alright. Isabella sits beside you. Sora goes to sit by you, Megumi, but Lawrence Max gets there first.
He inadvertently saves me.
Yeah. And then you see Megumi, give me another soul roll.
Excellent.
Are they gonna fight over you now?
You see
No.
You see Sora is walking over to you, and then you just see out of the corner of your eye Max just sits beside you. and you see Sora kind of stop short for a second and then sit at the mat that he was already standing on as he's walking over, and just kind of shrug. Um, Lawrence finds a place as well. And Judas stands in front of the class, and he says, "Okay, everyone. Now, I don't expect all of you to master the rather complex formality of breathing technique and aligning your key and all of that business today. Uh, so we're just going to work on some deep breathing exercises and basic meditation." And he stands in front of the class and uh, he sits down and he goes through the demonstration and he's like, "All right, everyone, give me 3 big deep breaths, real slow," uh, and he starts going through this list of things. He's like, "All right, now close your eyes and think of just a little black ball and focus on that ball. And then whenever you get that ball, as small as you can get that ball, jump through the ball." And everyone give me a soul roll. Uh, well, first off, is there anyone just not doing that? Just anyone that's
I'll
just like
try.
sitting there,
I'm
just
gonna
like
try, but it sounds stupid, and I also can't focus because he keeps saying balls so much. So should I try and make a not snicker check when he says balls? I kind of want to.
go ahead.
What would that be? I guess a
Soul.
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 Yeah.
You manage you manage to you don't actually snicker, but you the corner of your lip kind of smirks for a second. And uh you manage to wait, did you roll 2? Okay. Yeah. You managed
Oh.
to not snicker, but you do kind of smirk. Uh Now everyone else that wants to give me a soul check can give me a soul check.
I will attempt to meditate.
Uh Akiho, for some reason you close your eyes and you just see a pulsing sphere of blackness. Uh, and it's weird because it's surrounded by blackness, but for some reason it's just blacker than the rest. And for some reason you uh you just get what he's talking about, and you just make the ball smaller and smaller. And when you don't think it can get any smaller, you jump into the hole, the small circle, and then all of a sudden it feels like you're like whenever you mentally jump through the hole, it feels like everything around you just instantly expands and you feel very aware of yourself and your body. Karu, also you you have some experience with this anyway, so you kind of know what to do. So it's relatively easy for you. I was gonna have you add a +1 modifier, but it doesn't matter because you pass anyway.
Okay.
Uh, but yeah, you understand what you're doing, and you focus your mind and uh, you know try to soften your thoughts, and you start to feel the muscles in your body just a little bit more, and you feel the air on your skin just a little bit crisper. Um, as for the rest, let's see. Uh, hmm, and and okay. Let's see, Max. Oh, dang. So Max did not fall asleep, and he nailed it.
Heck yeah.
He's in a sense of zen. Anyway, uh,
There you go.
Megumi, yeah, I need you to give me the other soul roll.
Psh, whatever. This is stupid. And 10.
You know, you don't. It's kind of weird. And you know, in your mind, you're not thinking about like a sphere of energy. Your mind kind of drifts towards like balls. So you're kind of just focusing on just balls. And and but but it kind of works, right? Because like you start thinking about concentrating on it really hard, and then all of a sudden you you kind of start thinking less and less, and you just start, you know, noticing like things around you, like the wind rustling, and like rustling the grass, and the air smells really sweet after the rain, and uh, you kind of lose track of time. So all of you have advantage on the next soul roll that you have,
Heck yeah.
as you feel very at peace. And all right, so all of you aren't really sure how much time has passed. You can give me a mind roll to kind of guess, though.
Sure. Hey,
You
big
guys,
brain on me.
you notice from, you know, just how hot it's getting and where the sun is. You've been out here for about 2 or 3 hours just doing this.
That's dumb.
You see Lucilia, uh, kind of in front of you. You see Judas in front. He's just like a statue. He's in the classic like legs crossed with his hands on his knees, and like he doesn't seem like he's there. You could swear. Actually, you see him. He's not standing on the bench. He's got his staff on the ground, and he's meditating on top of his staff. Uh, and it's actually very very impressive, because you're thinking it's kind of like, how is he doing that? At first you think he's floating, but then you see his staff and like, oh. But you do see Lucilia in front of you, just kind of leaning back and forth, kind of like just tapping her hand, just, you know, just like you kind of like, and she's kind of like patting the ground, like she seems very done with this. But yeah, you think about 3 hours have passed. And then you suddenly see Judas's eyes just open, and you see him do a weird acrobatic jump off of his staff, and he lands on his feet, and he claps his hands really loud.
Snap us out of it, I guess.
Yeah, Karu and Akiho, you kind of jump a little as your concentration just instantly breaks.
Wah.
And you see Sora or you hear Sora in the background, kind of, huh? Oh, and Max kind of slowly opens his eyes, and he's like, and Vera, also in a very composed manner, uncrosses her legs and sits, in the classic formal sitting position, Japanese formal sitting position. And you see Lucilia just kind of just like, just like a big sigh of relief. And, and she says, I was afraid we were going to be doing that all day.
What are you talking about?
Sitting here doing nothing?
But we weren't doing nothing. We were delving into our inner selves.
She just stares at you. She just glares at you for a moment. like you're just stupid. And Judas says, well, that's it for today. I encourage you to practice in your rooms whenever you get a chance. And that's all for today.
I will.
Oh yeah, I would love to. This is like a great thing.
I'll actually move like.
And Judas says, but before I go, remember, you always want to get the ball smaller. You want a smaller ball every time.
Hold on, one more.
You're barely keeping it in. And he says, the smaller you can make that ball, the the more you'll feel it.
Oh. I'll actually say, Judas, wouldn't it be good to get some physical training in too?
No, I think we're good with this. This was very productive, you know.
Judas is still there, and he says, you will need your strength for tomorrow. And
Okay.
Judas just kind of grumbles and says, yeah, you need your strength for tomorrow. Well, have fun with that. And he says, Judas starts leaving. And you hear him kind of mumble, and he says, no one even got punched in the face. And Safra says, "All right, everyone. I want you to remember what you learned today, and try to do it again before the class tomorrow. You'll really need your wits about you. But enjoy your afternoon." And she says, breakfast or lunch will be served soon. It'll just be sandwiches, and then I'll start working on dinner. I'll see all of you later.
Wonder what's for lunch. What kind of sandwich?
Wonder what's going on tomorrow.
Balls?
Yeah, I'm worried about tomorrow. If they're saying we need to preserve our energy.
It's probably just more running again.
I hope not.
I hope so, Chio says, kind of at the same time as you.
Yeah.
And Sora kind of sits up and he says, maybe he's gonna make us start killing each other, like you see in the anime.
What?
And
That didn't work.
and he just says, "Oh, come on, deserted island. This is totally like Hunger Games or that one anime where the girls get magic powers and they have to start fighting each other for it."
I hope it's not that. I don't think I'd win in that case.
You don't think you'd win? Shit.
And Chiho says, I think you'd win. I mean, you're super smart and you're so nice. No one would ever want to hurt you.
Oh, well, thank you.
And Sora's just like, Sora just says, you guys are way too serious. That was a joke. And Max is just kind of like, you're not funny, dude. Sora's just like, tough crowd, and apparently not anime fans either. Well, I'm gonna go. I'll see
Anime
you guys.
is just for terrible neats and pervs.
Matt, Max is Max
Seen
is
it.
just Max is just like hey,
Oh, dude.
and he's like,
My point exactly.
yeah, and he's like, he just kind of looks down and he's like, whatever. I better head back before they come and
Oh,
get
that
me
didn't work.
anyway.
No
Before
photos.
they drag me back.
They stopped allowing the photos.
If you click on the link, oh, never mind. I clicked on it and it says 404 not found.
Okay, so that's probably just
It's
a bad thing.
probably just a broken link. Yeah. Isabella just says, I think tomorrow will be fun. And then she says, I'm going to learn a lot about you.
Wait, what?
Who? Who did you say
She-
this to?
She just says that to everyone in general.
That's okay.
I mean, we pretty much know who we are.
I don't
mean,
think
out
that
of
one
nowhere-
worked anyway
No.
either. And it's kind of like that too. And she's like, I think tomorrow's going to be fun. I'm going to learn a lot about you.
That's not creepy at all.
That's just what I was thinking. I was like, this sounds like another prophecy. Isabella is totally just a seer.
Chiho just says, I hope I learn a lot about you too. Isabella? And Isabella says, okay. Very confused. There you go. Are you still over there, kind of just like balls?
Balls. Yeah.
Everyone make a soul roll, besides Megumi.
Oh gosh.
Karu.
Well done, disciplined.
Karu, you notice Megumi is very amused by something. Akiho, you not quite.
Oh, I clicked it once and it wasn't doing anything, so I clicked it again, and then it.
Ran both. Nice.
Yeah.
It's the same roll.
You had advantage on a soul roll of your choosing, so if you
Oh, I
wanted to-
wasted it. Oh, if you're using. Oh,
I will not use my advantage for that one if I can choose not to.
Okay, you can choose not to. Yeah, you don't quite notice it, Akiho, but Karu, Megumi is very amused by something. She's like holding back a smirk, and she's like,
balls.
just
You seem awfully cheery.
Not cherry. I'm just worried about tomorrow. I'm gonna go to my room and think about balls.
I'm going to see. I've got to see if
Is there an inspiration mechanic now?
there is when I say there is. Oh
Megumi
wait,
now gets inspiration for thinking about balls.
Oh crap. Why didn't it work for him? Come on now. Boom. There we go. Sora doesn't. Uh, Sora doesn't quite pick that up, but Max kind of stares at you for a second, and he's like, "Okay then."
Well, that was weird. So I guess it's lunch now.
Yeah. So, uh, Lawrence kind of walks up and he says, "So, Isabella, do you want to go do the portrait now?" Um, and she just kind of nods and she says, "Okay." And he says, "All right, well, I think I know just the spot. Look, he looks up at the rest of you and he says, "Me and Isabella are gonna uh, go be gone, uh, be gone for a few hours, but we'll just be in the woods here if you need us."
All right, you guys go have a ball.
Oh gosh.
Running gag.
Max just looks at you and just kind of goes,
That's what I was going for.
Um, do you want us to bring you any food?
They can pack their own. It's just sandwiches.
Lawrence just nods his head and says, "Yeah, yeah, we'll just come and get something when we're done."
I could make some takoyaki.
Oh, Isabella, after you're done, I can let you use my painting supplies if you want to draw anything.
She says, "No, I'm fine. I've got to keep my energy for tomorrow."
Alright. If you're sure.
She just kind of nods. And they start walking off into the towards the forest, the path towards the forest. All right.
You know, if it was anybody else, I just gotta make a comment. If it was anybody else just leading you into the woods, it would be kind of sketch.
Right.
I just make that known as they're walking off.
Well,
Like if they're without out of earshot, I'll say that to everybody.
As you say that, just like a little red cardinal flies down and lands on his finger, and he holds it down to Isabella. All right. Well, I don't have anything planned for the rest of this day, so unless there's anything you guys in particular want to do, then we can go ahead and skip forward through the rest of the day.
I've got nothing.
Fast forward.
Is
Yep.
there? All right. Well, same thing as the other morning. About 8 in the morning, you get over the intercom. Students, please be prepared for. Please be prepared to meet in front of the fountain in front of the hotel. Breakfast will be served shortly. Everyone, please eat to get their strength up. All right. So, is there anything special you want to do this morning, you guys?
I will practice. I will wake up at 6 a.m. and practice meditation for 2 hours, and then head to bed. Or not head to bed. Head to breakfast.
All right. Give me a soul roll. It's still working for you. You for some reason you don't quite get the feeling that you got yesterday. I.e., I'm not giving you second advantage, but
Yeah.
but
It's fine.
it's working. I mean, you're focusing on the ball, and you're trying to get it smaller, but you're having a real hard time with it. Um, you think you would have to have more training or just do it a lot more. Uh, but it does make you very relaxed. Oh, Megumi, just
I was looking
wow,
good.
just dang, you looking fine. Uh, there's going to definitely be some noticeable stairs this morning. Uh, and Karu, do you do anything in particular?
So yeah, first thing I would do meditation.
All right, you can give me a soul if you have a meditation or deep breathing. You can use that.
Um, there.
Uh, you you know what you're doing, and you actually since you rolled so high, you will not only have advantage, but you'll have a +1 to your soul roll that you roll for advantage. So,
Oh, cool.
uh, but you seem to make the ball so small you think that you're just not thinking about a ball anymore. Uh, but you're just thinking about like what is a one-dimensional point, and uh, and you start thinking what would it be like to be one-dimensional, and then things start getting weird in your head, but it's very enlightening at the same time. Um, all right, breakfast is pretty hearty in the protein today. Lots of eggs or scrambled eggs. Uh, everyone that comes into the breakfast hall seems kind of nervous and with anticipation. You even see Lucilia and Vera uh, in the cafeteria this morning, in their corner, eating their scrambled eggs.
Always on the corner.
Sora kind of asks Safra, like, "Hey, can you give us a hint of what we're gonna do today?" And she's just like, "No, you'll just have to find out whenever class starts." You know, that kind of thing. Um, all right, so all of you eat breakfast unless there's anything in particular. Oh, there is one thing I wanted to do though. No, 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 no. Roll, you cursed skill. Are skills rolling? No. There we go, and a +1, so 12. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going with the first one. What a big lag.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, that's see? Like I thought I just rolled it once, nothing happened, and I was like, alright, I guess it didn't click right, and then I clicked it again.
Yeah, that's been happening all week.
All right, well, he got a 12, so uh, he uh, uh, he comes in and he seems pretty satisfied with himself this morning. You uh, you get the sense that the portrait came out very well. So, unless any of you have anything in particular to discuss this morning, we can go ahead and move on to the class.
Last time.
I guess nothing specific. I'll make sure to get Max his food again.
You're such a good jailer.
What?
It
He
basic
doesn't- He
it
doesn't seem
basically
like
goes over the same as it did this morning, except you come in the room and or actually you walk in the room and he's already eating.
Oh.
Uh, and he's like, "Ah, hey, Karu. Uh, thanks for coming to see me every morning. I really appreciate it." Or it's kind of annoying, but I appreciate it.
No homo.
I don't.
That's basically it. That's kind of what's going through his mind right now. You're not Savra or Megami, but you know.
Well, I just figured there'd be being in this room all day. You'd like to see someone.
You would
So-
think so, he says. And he says, you can still leave the food though."
I will leave it for you.
He's like, he just says, "Awesome." So what do you think we're doing today? They're being all mysterious and weird.
If they're wanting to prep us, they're wanting to keep us physically fit for today.
Battle Royale.
Oh gosh, I don't know. So they must want us to deal with something potentially dangerous. Well, not deadly, just dangerous. That's my thoughts.
Battle Royale.
That doesn't sound good. I don't like the sound of dangerous.
Well, I'm sure it's not as bad as the fight between me and Sora.
I don't think Max was there for that. Was he there for that?
Oh no, he was asleep.
No,
the
he
entire-
he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'll still say it though.
he says, "Right, I heard about that. You apparently almost killed each other."
Yeah, I know. It was we both passed out. It looked like we. I'm sure you saw the lobby that day.
Yeah, it was really messed up. Still, I didn't know Sora was that much of a fighter. I would have thought he was the kind to, like, run away. I guess you
ouch.
must have really said something to get him to want to fight back, huh?
Well, I guess we were supposed to have a duel that day. We challenged each other, so that's what happened. But he didn't seem to. It's like he forgot that we were gonna have that day, even though we said it like an hour before.
That doesn't sound like the Sora I know. He doesn't sound like the whole, dueling sort of dude. You get what I'm saying?
He seemed like he put up a good fight.
Yeah, and remind me to never mess with that guy. Or you. I'm not gonna mess with you either, Karu.
What are you talking about? I can take him.
And you're asleep now. You just do the double guns to people with a smile too.
Just doing that emote, just like pew pew.
Just like
with
air gun
a
people,
smirk,
just
but then
drop.
with me, it's actually more than just an emote.
You just airgun people and they
Uh,
fall.
you,
over
you,
just
you,
dead.
you do the air gun and you wink and like sparkles come out of your eye when you wink. and just like stars come out of your finger. And it's like, hey,
Yes.
just like something you'd see in an anime. Anyway. But Sora or Max is just like yeah, I've never been a fighter myself. I mean, I've been in, my fair share of scuffles before. He kind of like looks away and he says, "But you know, that's wasn't really by choice."
You mean like someone tried to fight you without your consent?
I'd rather not talk about it.
That seems unhonorable to me.
Where I come from, there isn't much honor anywhere.
I don't know what to really think about that, other than it probably needs to be fixed.
Yeah, probably.
Well, you don't need to worry about that now that you're here.
Exactly. And it's not like I'm gonna go back there. Anyway, I guess I'll see you in class today.
Yeah,
Whatever
see.
we're doing. I'll let you do the dangerous stuff, though.
Uh,
If it's dangerous, I mean, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm just probably gonna nope right out.
I mean, yeah. You wouldn't leave your friends to take all of that punishment, would you?
He just kind of scratches the back of his head. We'll see.
I mean, if it involves all of us, I mean, then it might be pretty interesting. So,
Oh, well. I guess we'll just find out, right?
right,
Alright, I'll see you in, like, what, 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
10.
Something like that. Well, we'll see you shortly.
He just kind of waves and he just starts scarfing food down like Megumi yesterday. Just,
He has 2 plates full, so
He's already working on the second plate by the time you leave.
nice.
Alright, so it is now time to be meeting at the fountain.
Let us meet.
Let thy meet.
Going there noticeably subdued because I'm worried about.
Battle Royale. No.
Yeah,
Bowser.
yeah. Everyone is visually nervous besides Isabella and let's see. Pretty sure she has a. And no, she doesn't. But and Lucilia seems pretty stone-faced too, which is kind of usual for her. So you get there, and again, you see all of the, or you don't see all the teachers. You see Safra and Judas standing there. And Safra is standing. Judas is sitting down on the bench, and Safra is kind of just waiting for everyone to show up. And she says, "Hey, good morning, everyone."
I say kind of just suspicious still.
She says, she kind of smiles and giggles, and she's like, "Everyone seems really anxious."
That kind of happens when you're going on a mystery battle royale type training.
Yeah. Judas kind of like
I,
raises his hand, and he just says, "They should be." And Safford's just like, "Oh, hush, Judas." I mean, and he just says, "I'm just saying. I said it was a bad idea. You have that on record. I said it was a bad idea." I know, Judas. You said it multiple times. And but anyway, Safra says, ignore him. Um, so is everyone ready to go? We're not actually having class here. We are going to be having it on the beach.
okay. Battle
Yeah.
royale by the sea. I just mutter.
And she says, "All right, everyone, if you'll follow me, the path is quite narrow." Um, and she basically gathers all of you up. Judas gets up with you guys, and you start walking down the path to the beach, which is kind of like going this way through the woods down to the beach.
Okay.
Through the woods and onto the beach.
The ocean full of blood.
That's pretty nice.
Yes.
I mean, you need a good ocean full of blood every now and then.
All right, when you get there, what you see is, let's see. You see Gustav is standing there. He's standing on the beach next to like a little podium with like a sheet over it. You know, okay, well, anyway, it just looks like one of those little square pillar things that you put statues on with like a sheet covering whatever is under the little pillar. And you notice that Gustav is wearing gloves. Naturally, they're like those white dress gloves, but they're still gloves, and he sees all of you arrive, and he says, "Good morning, everyone." And
That's all you get out of me. Still suspicious.
Yeah, it's like Akio's gonna say good morning, but noticeably subdued from normal Akio good morning levels.
Sora just points at the podium and he says, "What's that?" And Judas says, "We'll explain in a moment. Everyone's here, correct?" Yeah, it looks like everyone's here. All right. Safra, Gustav, you see kind of gestures towards Safra, like giving her the floor, kind of. And he says, "Safra, if you will." And Safra says, "Yes, okay. All right, so what we will be doing today is some intensive power training. We typically don't do this so early. We'd normally be training you before we did this for a good month or so before we actually attempted it. But in light of recent things going on, we figured that we need to that it would be prudent to do this sooner rather than later. And on top of that, all of you have been showing remarkable control of your powers, is uh, which is uncommon of people so relatively young. Uh, really, it's like being on an island full of prodigies. She kind of giggles. Anyway, I can tell all of you are in suspense. So, Gustav, you can explain. Uh, well, uh, well, today, Gustav says lifts the sheet, and he says, and what you see underneath it is you see this. It's just a crystal orb with like seems like stars and stuff inside of it, just swirling stuff. Uh, and
It's a
he,
ball.
yeah, yeah, it's a ball. And he says, all right, all of you. Uh, if you will recall from our first class, uh, I had mentioned that there that we had proof that um, Atlantis existed. This is one of those proofs. We call this an Atlantean orb. The uh, they are extremely rare. We, as far as we know, there are only three in existence, and the other two are locked away in a very safe place. We are lucky enough to have access to this one for training purposes. Uh, what this orb does is uh, drastically, exponentially increases the control and potency of your special powers whenever you wield it. We believe that these orbs were the key both to Atlantis's prosperity and its downfall. But today, all of you will be taking, uh, or some of you will be taking turns trying to use this orb. Uh, Now he says, you notice he's being careful not to touch it, but he's like gesturing towards it, and he says, now, um, as I said, this orb is whenever you activate it, it is going to drastically increase uh, the potency of your power. And your task is to try to become accustomed to this level of power so that whenever you are not using it, you have much greater refined control of your powers uh, in their weakened state. Uh, and he says that basically covers everything. Uh, uh, he goes. Safra steps up and she says, "All right. Now the first thing you need to know is how to activate this orb. If you will remember the meditation from yesterday, uh, it works in a very similar principle. You just kind of close your eyes and focus on the orb and think about uh, pouring your power into it, and it will enhance your natural powers. Uh, I should be clear that it. I should be clear that it will only enhance your natural talents, and uh, that although it is possible for you to learn how to use other powers, this will only uh, this this will only be able to enhance something that is inherent to your being. Uh,
Hmm.
so, um, are there any volunteers?
I have a question.
Yes, Karu.
Are there any consequences to the result of using this orb for power purposes?
Well, uh, if you do not maintain your concentration, um, you can begin to lose control, and you may begin to pour in more power than uh, you are wishing. It is very, very important that you maintain your uh, mental uh, mental fortitude and willpower when you're trying to use this, um, because uh, it it can be very dangerous. But uh, uh, particularly dangerous to those around you if you lose control. However, we are here to prevent anything major happening. Um, and we can assure you that we will do our best uh, to stop things from spiraling out of control and getting to a critical point. Um, everyone, go ahead and give me a soul check.
That brings me to my next question after we roll this.
11.
Is this? May I ask what the soul check is for? Because I'm debating if I need to use my.
It is to discern like body language.
Okay, not using my thing. Normal soul check. I have no idea.
Yeah, you have no idea.
Shit, no.
Karu, uh, Judas's body language in particular is telling you there's no guarantee with this. It's dangerous. Megumi, um, you're getting the feeling that um,
We
this
can't
is going to
over
be
our
risky.
fucking heads.
Yeah, it's going to be risky, and it's kind of going to be over your
A sh-
heads.
It's gonna be a shit show, just like usual with these teachers. I'm just gonna sigh and like give in to that fact, because it's a fact at this point.
Um, so after she finishes stating about the risk involved with the orb, I'm gonna ask, or whenever she mentions like we do our best to kind of control in case something critical happens.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say, well, we. It seems like not everyone's aware of what their powers are. Um, what if something comes out of that becomes really extreme?
Safra says, "Well, that's why we are here." Judas, as you know, Judas uh, has. Have you told them this, Julius? Um, not Julius, Gustav. Gustav. I meant Gustav. And she says, "Have you told them this, Gustav?" And he scratches his chin and he says, "I don't think I've said it explicitly." Uh, well, if things get to become too dangerous for the person uh, controlling their power, Gustav does have uh, has the ability to cut you off from your powers momentarily. Gustav kind of speaks up and says, "I'd rather avoid doing that, however." Now, as for the rest of you, we will be standing a ways away, and I will be protecting all of us, be shielding all of us. And as I said, if you are not aware of your natural talents, um, be assured that they will manifest. It's just that you may not have the control you desire over them.
I kind of give a kind of cross, like a grimace at that. This could be really bad.
And Safra says, "I know this is a risky thing or a scary thing for all of you to do, but I assure you it is necessary if you wish to uh, gain control over yourselves quickly." And Judas kind of quips up and he says, "Don't worry, no one's gonna die, probably."
Okay.
Yeah.
Only probably.
Yeah.
And Safra just says, "Judas, he's joking."
Mhm.
I wanna roll a soul on that because that's actually
That's
Go ahead, roll a soul.
so that
Fuck
was
You
on.
you
So yeah.
you can roll advantage if you want, or you can save it.
No, I'll go ahead and save it.
All right. Well, you get that from Judas that it was kind of a pointed joke, but that there was some that the danger he was hinting at is very real. So you might not die, but it's dangerous enough for him to be making jokes. But then again, you can't really be sure if he was being literal or not with that part of it. You just get the feeling that it was kind of like a pointed on the nose joke about the danger.
I mean, he's got to get some fun out of this. He missed yesterday, basically.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that all the questions? Is there anyone else? And Max kind of sheepishly raises his hand and he says, "What if we don't want to do this?" And Safra or Gustav just says, "If you are not willing or ready to today, um, we we will not force you. However, just know that you will eventually get a turn. Everyone will get a turn, uh, and that you are just prolonging the inevitable." And Max just kind of sighs, and Gustav kind of, not Gustav, Judas pops up and he says, "Really, it's best to get it out of the way sooner rather than later, because after you use it, you start getting the feel for it." Then
You know, provided you live, of course. I say shrugging.
Judas kind of chuckles and he says, "Provided you live."
From a teacher, that's too dark.
I know, that's why I find this ridiculous. Well, let's all get this over with, I say, just rolling my eyes with arms crossed. If no one else is going first, I'll go first.
Well, I was actually gonna say, it's like, what happens if everyone does it all at the same time?
Everyone just goes in at once.
Battle Royale.
Gustav says, "That's not going to happen. I don't know what would happen, but that would be definitely too dangerous."
I was not being serious.
Let's not find out what could happen. I assure you, that would be too much.
Sounds like someone doesn't like to science.
Yeah. Anyways.
Safra says, "All right, everyone, let's go stand about 20 feet back this way, and then if anyone wants to volunteer."
I think Megumi already said so.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm just gonna, like, hands down on my sides, like fist clenched, and just kind of lean forward, storming towards. All right, let's do this.
Gustav walks with you, and he kind of puts a hand on your shoulder whenever you get out of earshot of everyone else, and he just says, "Just take a deep breath and relax. It's going to be okay."
Yeah, and think of balls. I get it.
He
I'm totally not taking this serious because it's such
yeah.
a downer thing.
He
But I am scared if people want to try and see it.
He kind of looks at you whenever you say that, and he's like, cocks his head, and he's like, "Right, think about the ball." And he says, "Just remember, you are in control. Just keep thinking that. Even if you feel like you're losing control, just keep trying."
Okay.
All right, let us. And he says, "All right, reach out and place your hand on top of the orb."
Yep. Or I say, I just yep, kind of uninterestingly, and I touch this Atlantean fucking artifact that's not dangerous.
Not dangerous at all.
Megumi just explodes in gore.
Well, about my new character, guys. No, kidding. I literally just fall from the sky. Oh, dust my knees off. That hurt. No. Alright, I place my hand on the ball. My eyes kind of stuck in the just position as I do so. Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can.
No.
We can
Okay.
hear you.
Sweet. So I'll do that. And I'll try and focus. So what do I do?
Hold on. Go to game 2.
Oh, okay. Click. Game 1. Oh wait, that's a text thing. Game.
Oh, that's texting.
Okay.
There you
So you place your hand on the orb. Let's look at the notes I have for this. Gustav. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go to game 1 real fast, and I remembered I gotta tell them something.
No, go for it.
Oh, by the way, guys, you see Safra hold her hand up, and you see the shield start to surround you guys.
Neat.
Nice.
and she just says, "Just whatever happens, stay here."
Don't have to tell me twice.
Okay. Gustav just says, "Okay, now what you do is you remember the ball from yesterday? Jump through that
Yeah.
and just think about pouring your powers into the ball.
Fine.
Go
Alright,
ahead
so
and roll a soul
I will use the that
advantage.
thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Advantage, is that roll twice?
Yes.
Or do you get a thing? Alright.
All
Okay.
right.
So 12.
So you put your hand on the orb and you think about the orb in your mind and you think about like going into the orb and all of a sudden uh, you it feels like reality around you just fades away. All there is the inky blackness of your power. You feel just a you feel like you're pouring your power into the ball, but it feels like all the power that you're pouring in is
Mhm.
rebounding 100 times back into you, and you just feel control, and you hear a whispering in your voice, yes, yes, give me more. Um,
I will feed him that power as long as I still have control.
ah, go ahead and wait. Let me look at your sheet again. Oh, that's the NPCs. Okay.
If I give him power, is he going to manifest somewhat?
Mechanically, what's happening right now
Mhm.
is your companion level is level 1.
Yeah.
While you're holding this orb, it is level 6.
Shit. What does wow, what does that mean? Is he? I'm trying to think of what that meant on the sheet. That way
So
I can.
so basically all of his damages will go up. Uh,
Okay.
his incorporealness goes up by like 5 levels, so it's like level 8 now.
Okay. He's
And
still incorporeal. Okay.
go ahead and give me a mind roll.
10.
You feel the power rebounding from the orb, and the pull from the power coming out of you. All of a sudden, you feel like a tightness in your chest as it feels like your power is being sucked into the orb and you can't control it. Uh, take 5 points of damage.
Something manifests slightly too. 5 points of damage.
Yeah. Let's go to game 1 voice because what's about to happen is going to affect
Okay.
game 2.
Where you want to pull them into the
All
void.
right.
Oh gosh, that would be
All
really
right.
bad.
So what's going on right here is you guys are looking on and you see Megumi put her hand on the orb and close her eyes and take a few deep breaths. And then all of a sudden, you see her body just kind of like contort for a second, and uh, you just start.
That
Uh,
actually hurt. I yell out a lot.
you feel everything getting cold around you guys, and you look up and you think there's a cloud overhead blocking the sun for a second, but then you realize it's just getting darker and darker and darker, and eventually where you can't see the sun at all. Um, Megumi,
Yes.
uh, what are you trying to do now? Because it's pulling from you. It's pulling, and you can't control it. Uh,
How is it? So it's pulling the orb itself or this thing?
the the orb
bound to me. All right.
the orb is pulling your power out of you. It like almost as if it's wanting to take control itself.
Okay, so I'm going to yell at particular at Kage no Omo, and it's going to be like an annoyed yell, because I'm in pain. And I was like, if you don't want to disappear and be trapped in this thing instead, you'll help me.
Uh, give me. There isn't any response other than cackling laughter.
I want to intimidate him.
Intimidate? All right.
My
Intimidate
own,
power.
yes, my own demon.
All right, go ahead and try. Oh, dang, that's really good.
I will take this. I'll. If you get trapped in this orb, I will beat the shit out of it with you in it, because it's Specialization Street.
All right. So you're saying this. You're trying to say this, right? And it's coming through telepathically. But go ahead and give me a body roll.
All right. Damn it. Oh, it's because I'm on a different page. All right. Because I was doing this. Hang on.
You try to pull away. You try to do something other than let it consume you. But the you try to scream out to the Kage no Omo,
He's
but
loving it too much.
it
Too much power.
it doesn't do anything. Take 5 more points of damage as you try to scream and you just contort more. Um, the 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 your shadow set does say um, does say I will do whatever you will, but there's nothing I can do to stop this.
Then you're weak. I'm saying that out loud too.
And it just says I am you, and then everyone around what you oh dang, this is good. This perfect music. The rest of you, it starts getting darker and darker around you, and to where it's literally pitch darkness. You stop hearing the waves of the ocean. You stop hearing the wind rustling the trees. All you see is everyone around you and Saphra's glowing orb. And you hear this. Let's see. You hear this just surrounding all of you.
Should we do something about this? I turn to Saffron and ask.
She just shakes her head and she seems relatively calm actually. She said she just says, "Don't leave the bubble. Judas will handle it." Megumi, go ahead and give me another mind roll, if you want to try to control it, or a body roll to try to break free.
Oh, I'm going to mentally try and control this. It's not doing well.
It's not. The orb just you realize the orb isn't the orb is almost trying to take over you. You take more damage, 5 more damage. You think you hear something beside you, someone yelling beside you, but you can't really tell. It's just you and the orb and your power, and the power is just feeding its, or I should say the power is just manifesting for power's sake. Everyone, but it does feel so intoxicating. There's so much power. You feel like you could blanket the world in darkness right now yourself, and there's nothing anyone could do to stop you if you just wanted to give in to it.
I'm giving in.
You're giving
Power.
you're giving in.
Yes,
All
I
right.
want the power. I do feel. If you remember, I didn't do much against the all the cougars because I kept missing, and I've been feeling like guilty. And then I saw I was a bit jealous in the fight between Karu and Sora,
All
and I
right.
do want this power.
All of your
What?
all of your
Yeah.
skills are temporarily increased by 5 as as you start to give in and
Okay,
you take
I'm at 15
15 more
HP.
damage.
Oh, okay. I was at 15. I am unconscious.
You all of you uh, start to see um, as as you start to go unconscious, you see Gustav's face kind of flicker uh, as all of a sudden everything just goes quiet. Everyone around, uh, before this is happening, you just start feeling intense, just sorrow and dread. Every bad thing that's happened to you in your life is just the only thing in life, and it's just the only thing that matters. Just this pain and this sorrow and this suffering. Uh, and then all of a sudden, you don't even see the people around you. You're just alone with your thoughts, just that the world is terrible and there's no hope. And then all of a sudden, it's just gone, and it's just the bright sunny day. And you see Megumi laying on the ground with Gustav standing over her.
That's what I get for not taking shit seriously.
uh, what? What? So, okay. Is oh, I'll talk to Sappho since we're like right next to her. Is like, is she okay?
Uh, she 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 just holds up her hand and she says, "Just a second." And she's just looking at Gustav, and he just turns and looks towards everyone, and he kind of uh, just looks up at everyone and uh, kind of nods at her, at Saffron, and he says, "She's fine. She'll just need a little bit of rest."
Akio's gonna look anxiously ahead, like Akio wants to move forward and
Uh,
check for.
Safra drops the shield and she kind of nods to you and she says, "Go ahead, it should be safe." Um, you do see the orb is on the ground now. It's kind of rolled into the sand. At some
I
point in the blackness, Megumi must have picked it up or something. You're not real sure. Or she knocked it over or something. Maybe Gustav knocked it over. Who knows?
I only kind of glance at it as I kind of uh, rush over, and then I just kneel down to like check on Megumi for myself, and
She
as I do,
she she is extremely. Give me a medicine roll if you have it.
let me see.
I'm out.
Nice crud.
Okay, so it's something you've never seen before in someone. She looks about like 3 shades paler, and her breathing is kind of shallow. Um, but there doesn't seem to be anything actually wrong with her. It's almost as if all the strength in her body was just drained and she just fell unconscious.
I'm gonna try to push positive energy into her. I'm sending thoughts and prayers your way.
Oh no.
So within the darkness, you just see these bunnies and like happy things all of a sudden. You're like, wait, where did this come from?
Do I follow the bunnies?
You are asleep, and you're sitting there, and you're just alone. Here, let's go into game 2.
Okay.
All right, you're sitting there alone, uh, in this. Uh, you're not aware that you passed out. Everything just went black around you, and all you see in front of you is the swirling, smoky black face of the Kage no Omo manifesting itself to you, which uh, is hasn't happened very many times in your life, and it's just sitting there, um, just staring at you.
What do you want? I
Uh,
say, just staring at me.
it just says, "I want what you want. I am you."
Power. But we failed.
It was not your power.
It could have been mine. And we weren't strong enough.
Then we shall get strong enough. You see the shadow turn to its left for a second, and you just see a little bunny rabbit.
What the fuck? That is my actual response.
You see the shadow start to fade away into the distance, like as color. It goes from blackness to like someone's slowly turning on the light, and as the light rises, the shadow fades away, and it slowly turns from like pitch blackness into like you're in a green pasture, and there's rainbows in the background. There's actual clouds in the sky that have smiley faces on them, and you look down and you're sitting on top of a unicorn, and the unicorn turns up to you and says, "Where do you want to go? We can go anywhere you want."
Are you fucking serious? I say, like, touching the unicorn, like, to check if it's an actual unicorn.
Yeah, uh, you know, you're not real, you're not really sure. You think it's real, but then again, you're not sure as your eyes kind of start to flutter open. Let's go back to game 1.
So like a speaker that has a volume control.
Hold on, let me try something.
Akiho, let's go to game 2 so I can tell you what you put into his mind real fast with your
Okay.
healing.
I'm coming. I'll
You,
tell you.
so Akiho, you basically sent him a picture of bunny rabbits in a green pasture riding a unicorn with rainbows.
Yes.
That's my face. Whatever you say, Mr. Unicorn.
All right, let's go to game 1.
There we go. I
So the
wanted
only
to
thing
put
I
that
see is I see your picture, and then below it, whatever you say, Mr. Unicorn.
picture. Yeah, that's what I said. And I'm
you,
more pale, if you notice too.
Akiho, you see Megumi's eyes kind of flutter open and just like, whatever you say, Mr. Unicorn.
Good. Listen to the good unicorn.
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck happened? I say, like, noticing I'm on there's fucking sand all on my back.
You lost control.
I'm pissed off at that.
Let me see something here.
I'm glad you're okay though. Akio says as I'm leaning over you.
Hmm. Yeah, thanks. No, I mean serious thanks, but I'm frustrated as shit.
Gustav holds out a hand to pick you up from the ground, and he says, "You'll just need to get some rest, and you'll be good. But you'll be good in the morning. But we will have to have a chat after class."
I wonder if he noticed I gave in too.
Now, if you would, please join the rest of your classmates.
I
Yeah.
kind of like offer to like walk you over there, like give you a shoulder.
Uh,
I
J-
not graciously accept, but like regrettingly accept.
you kind of walk over there like you're hungover, right? Like you're kind of just leaning on Akiho a little bit more than you need
Oh,
to.
hang on.
It's
It's not doing
not
it right.
working.
Oh, it's because I can't fucking. Thanks, Akiho.
Perfect. Well, as you walk over, everyone looks at you concerned. Chiho just says, well, Chiho is actually just sitting on the ground, like, uh, you know, like she collapsed, like her legs collapsed from strength, and she's just kind of like shaking on the ground, like with, big eyes, narrow pupils. Um,
Oh yeah.
and and Lucilia looks perturbed, and she's just frowning. Um, Lawrence is just kind of like, uh, Megumi, are you okay? What happened? You didn't. To you, the only thing that you noticed was, what we described.
Yeah.
You're not sure what happened.
I'm gonna try and play it off as if it was no NBG, no big deal, or yeah, NBD. So let me. I guess, just regular soul. I'm just gonna try and lie. Atlantean artifacts. They're so unpredictable. I say, just kind of like putting up one hand.
Totes.
All right.
Let's see.
I'm so happy I found the original anime maker. That's why I was searching through the history earlier.
This is kind of what. Oh no, what happened? I had the perfect picture, but then again, I minimized the screen and everything's out of order now. That's funny. Anyway. Uh, Safra, it just kind of walks over to you and she says, "You did very well."
Yep. Of course I did. Yeah. Let me see. Yep. Well, the best a girl could do against artifacts of power from a fallen civilization.
Uh, no, dang it.
Oh, you know.
T.
Teehee.
That's the best I can try and do with that lie.
Oh, teehee. This is what Chiho looks like on the ground.
Are you showing something?
It's in Discord. Wait, did I
Oh,
put it?
Discord.
Yeah, I put it in Discord.
Okay. Okay.
She's kind of
Jeez.
just like rocking back and forth, like with her knee, like arms around her knees.
I'm gonna walk over to Chiho now. She needs comforting, but I'll bring Megumi over if she allows me to pull her around.
Yeah, I'm totally like at your command at this point.
Yeah, she's kind of just and now everyone's starting to notice, like, is Chiho okay?
I just so bring Megumi over and then like kneel down in the sand right beside her and then just like hug.
Uh, it's like a spell breaks and Chiho just like is like, oh, hey Hakiho, is it over?
Yeah.
Is Megumi okay?
Oh, I'm fine. You know, just Atlantic artifacts can be crazy, yo.
Uh, she kind of smiles and she says, yeah, it's crazy, right?
And to think, and here I am deflecting again, and to think that we're supposed to play with this kind of stuff, on they're at school. Isn't that pretty reckless of the teachers to allow something like that? Still with like little tongue out. I'm totally not accepting responsibility that I lost power and also gave in.
The um every so it actually seemed like everyone was kind of affected by whatever happened. Um but the only person who doesn't seem bothered at all is Isabella, who looked just as calm as she did before.
Yeah, just which is
So
rather
I'm
unnerving.
gonna
so I'm Karu, let's actually go to game 2.
Okay.
All right, so for what you saw, is you saw when you were in the blackness, you basically saw your uncle, um, and basically the scene that went through your head was you were training, right? But he was training with a real sword, and you just had your boken, and he was actually cutting into you, and he's like, saying like, why can't you defeat me? As like he's actually getting good slashes in you, and then eventually you just uh, like something in you breaks, and your boken becomes a sword made of ice, and you stab him, uh, and like you cut his head off, just straight cut his head off, and the blood just gets all over you, and and he just and he just falls on the ground, right? And you're just like, oh my god, what did I just do? And then but he gets up, right? Um,
Oh gosh.
without a head,
Oh.
and just from the ground, his head is just like you've always been such a disappointment to the family. And then it just goes through this horrorscape of just everyone in your family just like disappointment, never good enough. And just things like that, just uh, th- things that would really, really make your character like shaken.
Mhm.
Um, and your uncle's like, you can't even kill me properly. Can't even kill me as a swordsman from the Shizumu family. Uh, and he just picks up his head and just the most massive show of disrespect. He just drops his sword right in front of you and just walks off with his head, and he's not even worth my time, and just fades into the blackness. All right, go back to game one. All right.
Welcome back.
So, Akiho, let's now go to you.
Okay.
All right. So when you were in the horrorscape, basically what you saw was you saw your papa. You were it was you're sitting with your papa, and uh, you know, he's sitting there, he's teaching you, and and you're like, I love you, papa, and then all of a sudden he looks down at you and he's like, I've never loved you. You've never been good enough. Uh,
Papa, no.
and he just says, defective,
Papa, no, I
worthless,
could be better.
and to think
Okay.
I wasted so much time on you. Worthless, nothing, trash. And then he just gets up and starts walking away. You chase after him, but it's the thing where you never get close enough, and you're just like
Yeah.
reaching out.
I can
and
easily imagine that and just be like, Papa, come back, yelling as I'm running.
and then the scene kind of snaps back, and you were back in the world, and then you went to go see how Megumi was. All right, back to game one.
Well, David, I've been looking for this character creator for a while. I'm so glad I found it.
All right, so that's kind of what you guys experienced. You can only imagine what went through everyone else. Safra, and Gustav and Judas say, uh, well, everyone give Megumi a hand. She did marvelously.
Yes, yes. I'm gonna take a short bow. Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you.
And Sora just says, that was frightening, but really amazing. And Max just says, I don't know what you did, but that sucked.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that again. Thank you.
I'm just like, I don't know. Everyone's making a big deal out of the darkness that I see in my heart and my mind on a daily basis.
Yeah,
so,
I know, right? It's like, look, we just took that for a moment, and she's been dealing with this for how long?
Lol.
All right, Safra says, all right, well, let's let her have her rest. Who wants to go next?
I'll shakily raise my hand, just trying to get a grip of myself.
As you do that, Akiho just like visibly, like physically, just steps back.
Oh shit! I see you do that, and I'm like, all right, Ice Blast. I say that out loud. Step back as well. Not like out of fear, but like as a mechanical thing. Oh yeah, the big Ice Blast.
Yeah, Megumi, you actually, from your point of view, you don't even know that you affected the world in any way. For all you know,
Nope.
it's just you in your mind. So when they're like, whatever you did that sucked, you're like, well, I don't know what I did, so.
So whatever.
Yeah, so whatever. You're still alive, so it couldn't have been too bad, right? Anyway, Safra says, okay, Karu. Well, if you would go with Gustav, and Gustav gives you a nod, um, and uh, he walks over to the orb that's in the sand, and he kind of pulls his gloves up a little bit tighter and leans over and just like barely with his fingertips, uh, like picks it up and puts it back on the pedestal. Uh, and and he says, "All right, uh, it took a lot of courage after seeing that. You have a lot of mental strength. I have high hopes for you."
Yes. I trying to breathe a little.
Uh, Gustav says, "Normally people aren't so reticent to volunteer after the first time. It's a bit shocking to see what people are capable of."
It's if it's potential. I'm saying this kind of stuttering a little. But possibly, if there is something of that magnitude, then we've got to be ready for it.
Well, this orb does raise your powers well beyond their natural limit. But yes. Anyway, let's go to game 2.
Okay.
All right. Gustav is sitting there and he says, "Whenever you're ready, place your hand on the orb and uh, and do like you did yesterday. Find your ball and concentrate on the orb. Uh, make the ball, make the orb your ball and concentrate it, and then step through it. Whenever you're ready."
So I'll nod to him. I'll move up to the orb. I'll kind of
Uh,
breathe,
he
relax myself
yeah
a
he
little
put
more.
he puts a hand on your shoulder and he says, "Just breathe and relax. No that and thank yourself that no matter what happens, I am in control. Even if it doesn't feel that way, just keep pulling yourself back."
Right.
All right. Well,
After another
Gustav takes a step back.
after another deep breath, I will look at the orb and slowly put my hand onto it.
All right. Uh, all right. Well, let's go back to game 1 for a second.
Okay.
I want this power.
All right. Short 5-minute break. I'm going to use the bathroom.
I'm gonna
Okay.
grab a cheeseburger.
Nice.
I have an extra cheeseburger. I'm so glad I planned ahead.
Eat that cheeseburger.
All right. You put your hand on the orb.
Yep.
Um, you start concentrating into it. Go ahead and give me a will roll.
Is the soul?
Soul. Yes.
Okay. It's
God
just
dang
like,
it. God
no,
dang
it's
it.
fine. I just wanted to make sure that that was the roll I need to make. Okay, so, um, I guess I need to declare that I'm going to use my advantage before I roll, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I want to use my advantage.
Okay.
Uh, okay, I'll take the first one with the +1, I guess, if I still have that.
You still have the +1.
Okay.
All right. You see the orb in your mind and you start to step through the orb, and whenever you step through the orb you feel some there's like a pulling coming through your palm as if you're giving your power to the orb. Uh, it gets pulled into the orb, and all of a sudden you feel like a rebound, and uh, and it feels like the power that you just put into the orb is rebounding back 100 times. You just feel this inrush of power just consume you. It uh, you don't you feel the air around you, and you just feel the and you hear the ocean, and you just think to yourself, uh, you just know that if you wanted to, you could just you could just stop it where it is, freeze it in its tracks. Go ahead and roll me a mind.
Okay. Okay, that took a bit.
You
But there it is.
you feel the energy pulsing into you, and the you feel cold winds start to circle around you, and you see the ground at your feet starts to slowly ice over. You don't feel cold at all, but it's just slowly building up, and it and you can't do anything to stop it. It's just getting colder, and the wind's getting faster, and and the ice is just slowly expanding out, and but it's starting to expand quicker and quicker, uh, and uh, and you just can't control it. That there's the power, you're pouring more power into the orb, and it feels like it's taking more and taking more, and you're not trying to give it anymore. You're trying to stop it, but it's rebounding back. But it's just taking more, uh, but it just rebounds back into you, and stronger and stronger and stronger. Go ahead and take 5 points of damage
Okay.
as it starts pulling more from you than you're willing to give.
Right.
Uh, you feel like a tightness in your chest, as if it feels almost as if the life or the power is being literally drained out of you, being taken by this orb. What do you do?
Well,
You feel yourself almost you you feel the ice around you, like everything the ice touches you can feel.
well, besides the intense pain I'm starting to feel,
Yes.
I'm mostly cause remembering about the whole thing with a Megumi in the darkness everywhere. I'm trying to prevent the ice from spreading out everywhere because it's gonna start affecting.
So
Well, I
you're
mean, Sapphire
trying to
Shield will. I'm trying to prevent it so that way I don't freeze everyone.
you're trying to control it.
Yes.
All right, give me another body roll or mind roll. Another mind roll. You concentrate. You try so hard, but the more you think about controlling it, the more power the orb takes. The more it's taking, the more the wind is swirling around. You start to feel the ice uh, come over your body, and uh, you look at your arms, and you just see that they're entirely encased in ice now. Um, they're you almost look like some kind of creature made out of ice. Your free hand looks like it's some kind of bird talons, uh, and like your arm is a sharp gauntlet full of uh, razor sharp ice edges. Uh, all it's starting to snow around you, and it feels like the very air around you is starting to freeze. Uh, you you look, and you start seeing the ocean itself is starting to slow down, and the trees around you are starting to slowly wilt as icicles are starting to hang on them. That the leaves becoming brittle as if it's a winter, uh, and it's expanding out. It's getting really close to Saphra's bubble now. Uh, take 5 more points of damage as uh, as you feel a sharp pain in your mind, uh, a sharp migraine, um, but the power is so intoxicating. It feels so good to be able to just be able to do this, knowing that you're doing this. And it's almost as if it's telling you, give in more, give more power. There's nothing you can't do. By the way, while this is happening, all of your powers are increased around 5 or 6 levels.
Okay. In my mind, I'm thinking to myself, I never wanted these powers to begin with. And I'm gonna still try to fight to control it.
Fight to control it. Give me another mind roll. Okay. You feel the ice swirling all around you. It's well encompassed Safra and all of them. You don't even see them anymore. It's just a blizzard everywhere, just nothing but blanketed white and ice and snow. The entire it you're For all you know, the entire island could be covered in ice. You can't see that far, um, but you know since it's your ice, you've covered a good fourth of the island, and the ocean is starting to freeze down deep, getting small fish and everything, even in the deeper parts. Uh, but all of a sudden, there's a clarity in your mind, and you can feel the cold wind and the ice, and uh, you can feel yourself guiding it now, as if you can tell it what to do. It feels like the orb stops pulling from you. It feels like it's no longer pulling, it's just giving, and it's giving you so much. Uh, and you can do with this whatever you want. You're not sure for how long, but you are in control. What do you want to do with this power? In an instant, if you wanted, you could freeze the entire island over. You could not only could you freeze it, but you could shatter it too. You have that power. Anything related to the ice you can do. You could freeze the sky, freeze the air in the air and make it fall. You can make everyone suffocate if you wanted to. You Maybe you don't want to. You probably don't want to, but you know it's all within your power.
So at this moment, thinking about like I've actually like got a control of it, like I've got a hold of it.
Yes.
Um, let's let's see if I can try to focus on freezing specifically not not where the people are, but like a small area around them.
You can do whatever you want. It's your power to control. You just have um, as much power as you could ever want. You never imagine yourself you could have all this power. You know, if you wanted to, you could snap your finger and all of the ice would just disappear.
Then let's make the ice go away. Then
All right.
we're just gonna stop it.
All right. Your eyes flutter open, and all of a sudden, um, the ice is gone, and you're still holding the orb. And there's still some ice localized around you, but it's only localized around you. It's just a small swirling uh, mass of cold air that seems to just emanate from you subconsciously. But You see the ice is starting to pull back as if it was a living thing back into you.
Okay. I guess. I mean, I guess that's it then.
You
I
don't.
guess.
The orb doesn't. You don't want to let this go. Uh, if you want to put the orb down, you're gonna have to give me another mind or body roll.
All right, I'm gonna use mine to try to put the orb down.
Okay.
Um. What? Will you allow me to spend 10 energy for a +1?
Yes.
Okay, then I will do that. Nice.
The orb, you feel the orb pulse for a second as if it tries to take in more energy from you, but you just say no. I am in control, and you just put it down. And that's that. You feel all of the power just immediately vanish. Uh, but in your mind, you still remember. It's like your brain has been expanded in a way that your capacity and what you can do, uh, you understand so much more. You just don't have access to that power anymore, and it's kind of leaves an empty feeling for a moment, kind of like being hungry, but not a yeah, kind of like being hungry, even though you just ate, kind of like that. All right, go. You can go back to game one.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ! What did I? What? Ah.
Okay. Fine.
Okay. So this is what you guys see. Um. So Karu goes over to the orb, right? And he puts his hand on the orb. And at first, you start to see it, the first thing you notice is the air around all of you starts to get really, really cold.
Oh, fucking knew it.
Um, you hear the wind start to pick up, and it just starts getting colder and colder. You look at the, or you look out at the bubble, and you see just like little shards of ice just hitting the bubble. And you look out and you see Karu just all of a sudden like just wince in pain like you saw Megumi just kind of crumple a little bit, and you kind of hear him going ah, and you see ice start spreading out from him, and you see almost like a little ice flower thing start growing around him. uh, you see the trees start to wilt with icicles on top of the leaves, and snow starts pulling down. Uh, the ice starts to encompass the ground so fast. It's going so fast. Like there's no way you'd be able to outrun it.
Hmm.
It's almost like a wave of cold, and it hits the bubble, and it starts to go around the bubble. Um, and all of you can see your breath. It's so cold. You look around and everything's starting to get wider and wider as if it's a blizzard. Um, the only thing you can hear is the wind and the cracking of like ice forming around things, like the uh, and then you don't know how long this is gonna last, and Saphra looks like she's uh, not having a good time. Um, as the wind is just blasting on this bubble and blasting everything. You're pretty sure. Um, that uh, then all of a sudden you look behind you and you see the ice start to pull back, almost as if it wasn't there, and uh, the ice pulls back around from the bubble, and suddenly it's warm again, and the ice is starting to fall off the trees, and you see it all kind of just fade back. Uh, and the only thing you notice is that the little ice crystal patch under Karu is still
Hmm.
there. Um, but it doesn't seem like it's expanding out. It almost seems like the the ice is just emanating from him, just as like this is the way he is, like that's the way he naturally looks, just with ice on him. And then you see him hold up the orb in his hand, look at it for a second, and then you see him put it back down and step away from it.
He's so strong.
That's amazing. But so while the ice was all getting powerful and everyone's like breaths were coming out, uh,
It was getting
Akio
hard to
started looking.
breathe.
Yeah.
Akio started looking upset and was like inching towards Isabella and was about to try to get an Isabella hug.
Warm me up, please.
you
Gosh.
you couldn't see it whenever the blizzard was going on, but as soon as it started lifting up, you looked out, and for as far as you could see in the ocean, it was just ice. There was
Oh,
nothing. There was nothing around you that wasn't just frozen solid. Um, Even the ocean was frozen, like frozen instantly. It seemed like too. Like you could still see the frozen waves. Uh,
yeah, I was
Gustav
about to
look.
get me some.
Gustav looks at you, Karu, and he just raises his eyebrow, and he just says, uh, he just mutters, "Amazing, able to control it and resist it. Don't see that too often in a first timer. You have an extremely strong will, uh, and mental fortitude, young man."
Looks like you also win another prize.
Uh,
You get.
the that orb is very dangerous. It's I won't say it was easy to resist.
Power is not easy to resist. Still, I can see it's taken some effect on you. Go and get some rest.
I will nod to him and then I'll go to. I don't really look pleased. uh, Honestly, I kind of. It feels like Karu is like. I don't know. I don't know if melancholy is quite the right term, but it definitely doesn't feel good.
Hmm. And there's a subtle tinge in the back of your mind that just says, you know, I could go back and I could control that orb. Uh, that power is mine if I wanted it. It's always gonna be there in the back of your head now.
Yep.
How?
Uh, as you walk back to the rest, Safra just smiles at you and she says, "Amazing job, Karu."
Yeah, that was something. I told you he could pull it off. He's so strong. I'm kind of like a little jealous, but I mean, what's to be expected of fucking shonen over here?
The Judas is actually got his hand on his chin, and like his eyes are just wide in astonishment. He's just like, I didn't think anyone would be able to control it and put it down. He kind of mutters to himself.
That son of a bitch, he actually did it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's basically
Yeah.
that. Let's go back and say that's exactly what he said. All right, everyone. Well, like you just saw with Karu, um, it can be not so bad. So who's next? Does anyone want to volunteer?
I kind of little elbow jab to Akiho because he's part of our
Akio's
group.
just gonna completely ignore that as if it didn't happen and look around.
It's like moving you, but like nothing.
All right. Safra's like, okay, well, let's see.
Akiho.
If we don't have any volunteers, let's see. Deal.
Pointedly ignoring eye contact with teacher and looking at other students.
Oh, where did the card go?
Oh gosh.
Oh no. So I have cards set up, so whenever I... Oh, okay. Oh shoot, I think I might have just found where I can get all of the pictures.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
Nice.
that works. Alright, time to reshuffle the deck and deal one to me. And let's see who it gives me. Oh, deal. Wait, no, that's not it. Oh, okay.
Max, twice in a row.
Max twice in a row.
Double Max. He becomes more cat than cat.
Alright,
The platonic cat.
it's funny because they're not actually going to let Max go. Deal one to me.
Take 1 damage.
Gosh.
Recall. Draw. This is very confusing, especially since it's just a broken image link. Okay, well, I'm just going to roll a die. And we will pick who gets picked. Going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, number 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Oh boy.
Miss Vera, how about you?
Oh. I'm gonna get behind a tree because I have a feeling that she's gonna shoot shurikens everywhere. And by a tree, I mean like behind Karu.
The
Gosh,
He'll just parry all the trees or all the things.
Vera looks up uncomfortably at Lucilia and says and just kind of says, I'd really rather not, if that would be acceptable. And Safra just says, well, that's perfectly fine. If you don't want to go today, then we can wait until next time. And Vera just says, I'm sorry, but I must decline. as she gives like a little curtsy bow. Saphira just kind of sighs, and she just says, "All right, well then."
Well, I guess not everybody could be Karu. I sort of say, muttering.
uh, you hear Lucilia just say, "Ignore her." You, uh, Megumi, go ahead and give me a soul check.
Okay. Boom.
You
Here.
see Vera's fists kind of clench up, and she looks at you.
Oh, whatever.
And she starts to take a step forward, towards like the podium thing whenever you say that, and then Lucilia just says, "Just ignore her," and she like stops in her tracks and just
Oh, I almost forced her into it.
almost. Uh, well, let's see if Vera doesn't want to go. How about you, Lawrence? Lawrence is just what is kind of like, just what me? Um, I don't know. Uh, and and Chiho's just like, "Oh, come on. I want to see what you can do." And Lawrence is just like, "I don't and
You got this, Lawrence. As I give him a thumbs up.
Saphira
I
just
look around in the sky for birds just in case.
Saphira just says, "Well, Lawrence, if you don't feel comfortable, then you don't have to today." And he just kind of is quiet for a second, and he looks uh back at Chiho and you and Akiho, and give me a body roll. Um, anyone who wants to.
Sure. I'm being observant. Damn, terrible.
Pretty decent actually.
Decent. Oh, okay.
What about uh Akiho and Karu?
I guess I'll try.
Um, yeah, I guess I'll make a check.
Not so lucky. All right, Karu and Megumi, you see Lawrence kind of look back at everyone, and uh, his fist kind of clench, and you hear him kind of whisper to himself. Uh, uh, he says, um, "If if they want me to be a leader, then uh, I can't um, turn away from things that are scary." He says to himself,
Yeah, hype
and
yourself up.
and he kind of bites his lip and he looks up at Saphira and he says, "No, it's okay. I'll do it."
That a boy, Lawrence. Thumbs up from me.
He looks fidgety, and and Saphira says, "All right, if you're sure, then um you can go ahead and Gustav will take you over there." All right. So you see Gustav and Lawrence go over to the orb. Um, And you see Gustav have a quick little chat with Lawrence, and you see Lawrence nod, and you see him just kind of take a few deep breaths and then step forward towards the orb. And he puts his hand on it, and let's actually, yeah. let's see how things go with him. He he closes his eyes and everything seems fine. You don't notice anything particular at first, but you see Lawrence all of a sudden, just like with the other two, you just see him just like lurch forward, and you hear him cry out like ah, and you all of a sudden you hear like flapping. Um,
Oh,
and
place no
you
rocks. Please place none
Yeah.
of those.
you hear flapping, and you see lots of little birds start to fly out around him, and they all kind of just land on the beach, and uh, they just
That's
kind
why
of
I was looking around.
sit, like start landing on him and sitting on him, and and you
I thought we were about to see a scene from the movie The Birds.
Seriously, they just attack everybody.
the the Lawrence bends down again, and you hear him go, "Ah, too many voices!" And and all of a sudden there's more flapping and more flapping, and you see that the sky starts to get dark.
Just with birds.
You look up, and you just hear birds like just starting to fly around. Safra's shield is still up, and there more birds, more birds, more birds. There isn't any place in the ground that isn't birds. Um, that you see just rising out of the cloud, the trees, almost like smoke. Just it looks like a black mass just heading towards you. Um, and then all of a sudden, it's just dark. There's so many birds flying around, flying in circles, uh, just and the sound is deafening. You can't hear anything. It's like being in a jet engine. There, you try to see, yeah. You try to see Lawrence through the through everything, but you don't um, you don't see him through the birds. Uh, you see Gustav though. You see. Actually, no, you don't see Gustav. Anyway, uh, but it seems like there's just more coming and more coming. And let's see. Uh, and then you start seeing things that aren't birds. You're starting to see like um, through the cracks of the birds, you see like little fish jumping up onto the shore, up onto the beach, and just flapping around there. And then you see birds coming down and picking those fish up. But you also see like little squirrels coming out of the woods, and like you even see like a little monkey run out, and you're just seeing just animals piling on.
Oh Jesus, this is so fucking weird. Um, since I'm behind you, Karu, I am going to kind of grab your shoulders and press up against you for safety.
Okay, this is a little weird.
the uh, Then there is a change, a sudden change, and you start hearing dum 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 on the edge of the bubble, and you look and you just see birds just flying into it, just boom, 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 and just
Oh, are
falling
they
on the
like
ground.
poofing into feathers?
No, they're slamming into the bubble.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. They're slamming into the bubble and then like
Yeah.
poofing in feathers. Like, have you ever seen like a bird fly really fucking fast into a wall?
It just
Yeah,
turns
that's
left
what they're
feathers.
Yeah.
that's what they're doing. Uh,
Yeah.
and just for a minute or two, just bum 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 bum, just and Safra's every time one hits, you see Safra kind of like twinge a little bit, like Um, you hear a distinct screaming now coming from Lawrence. Uh, and uh, it all of a sudden the birds start to pull back um, away from you, and you just see it looks like a tornado just centered right on top of Lawrence, just blackness of birds and uh, like things like rabbits and squirrels just hopping towards him. Uh, you don't you don't see him. You just see the vortex of animals, and all of a sudden the vortex uh, lifts off the ground, and it's just like a little bubble of just animals and birds. The animals that are on the ground, almost making up like a pedestal for this mass of animals. Uh, e- Even more from even more creatures. You see, all of a sudden, you see a whale come up from out of the ocean,
Gosh.
heading
I,
straight for the shore. Then you see another one
Oh
come up,
shit.
uh, and they're just swimming towards the shore, um, that heading straight for Lawrence. Uh, you uh, you hear uh, you hear a howl come from the forest, just um, just some creature that sounds kind of like a tiger from in pain or something, just from the uh, ocean, not the ocean, but from deep in the woods. Uh, the mass of animals starts to take on a shape, and all of a sudden it starts looking less and less like a mass of animals and more like, I don't know, like a giant serpent or like a dragon just made out of animals. And from the mass of animals, you hear a loud roar, like, and it starts to move towards the bubble, um, and just in a void, uh, all of you start feeling a twinge, a stripe, a slight pull that's telling you to join the mass. Everyone,
oh
go ahead
shit.
and give me a soul roll.
Second, I'm adjusting something. Okay.
Nice roll.
I'm holding you, by the way. You're giving me strength.
That's good. Hold me harder, please.
Oh god!
Ac- actually,
now I'm panicking.
actually, actually, now that I think about it, if you have any modifiers for mind shield, you can
Oh, for
apply
mind
that.
shield. Oh, okay. Wait, is this a mind or a soul roll?
It's a soul roll, but
Okay.
I'm allowing you to use
So,
mind
for
shield.
mine, right?
Okay, so add the levels of mind shield to
Okay.
your soul.
Then
Yes.
I've got a 10.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on real fast.
Nice.
What's his name? Isabella is just kind of standing beside you, Akiho, and she just says, "I'm getting scared." as
Don't.
this just dragon like entity of just, it looks like writhing blackness is just looking at you, and again it's just like and it you beside you, you see Chiho just start to slowly start walking towards the bubble, the edge of the bubble, just like looking up at it, just like in a daze. You see
I'm gonna.
Sora and Max do the same thing, and
I'm going to hug uh, Isabella and just be like, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay." And with like my arms behind her, I'm gonna start shooting people.
putting them to sleep.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Nice, dude.
I mean, if you got it, you got it.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and make some attack rolls.
All right, you said 3 people.
Yeah, Sora, Max, and Chiho.
Who is closest to me? Besides Megumi, I know she's like hugging me.
Max.
Max, I'll try to grab Max.
All right, then if he makes the grab,
Max has actually turned into a cat.
I will grab Max.
if he makes the grab, then remove one of my attacks.
All right, whatever the last one is getting removed.
Okay. Is it just a body to grab?
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's why it's not working. And he is going to resist, and since he is of a small size, he gets a bonus.
He gets a bonus. Don't do too good. I actually have an okay roll.
That's not a bad roll.
Let's see. Armor rating. He has a +1, and actually, roll an AC. Oh wait, what was it?
Roll an AC.
Yeah,
Oh.
ACV.
Okay. All right.
And he has a +1. All right.
As-
Well,
Oh no!
Is that what I need to roll instead of a body?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
an
that's
attack.
the same score, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, then we'll just use that. You managed to grab him before he starts walking out. As far as the other two, Chiho and Sora.
So 17 on Chiho and 14 on Sora. All right. Sora, they're both saved. By saved, I mean you got them.
Okay.
Yeah, you hit them, and they start to walk. They're kind of walking like zombie-like towards this dragon-like mass, and then they're walking, and then they just fall face first into the sand.
So that doesn't put them out immediately. That's just gonna drain stats from them. If the knocking out part is they have to roll a body or soul check, whichever is higher,
Oh,
to see if
okay.
they beat a 12.
Okay, in that case. And body or soul, it doesn't matter for him. Okay, yeah, they both fall flat on their face, just in the sand. And then, Akiho, make me a soul check.
No!
Oh, man.
Oh no.
Megumi and Karu, you can also make me a soul check.
Okay. Woohoo!
Alright, Megumi and Karu,
Yeah.
the dragon-like entity is staring directly at Akiho now.
What the fuck?
I'm too busy like comforting Isabella
Is it
and like
because you like
aiming at these
attacked
people.
them?
I think so.
Oh.
And you
I don't even notice this though. I'm too focused.
you just hear another as it like starts to reach its head back, and you see like almost like a mouth open up, but you know, instead of a mouth, it's just an open gap where you just see it's an open space, and you just see like birds flying in between the mouth, Um, and it almost looks like some animals are dropping from the top of the mouth to the bottom, and you see like birds flying up. It's very, very like creepy looking whenever you look into it. Uh, and it starts to rear back, and you see a mass of like animals forming inside of its mouth. Um, uh, Karu, you can tell from your judge opponent that something is about to, that some kind of attack is about to happen.
Okay.
And then there is uh, this. Oh, let's see. Did he do it? Did he do it? No, didn't do it.
Damn.
That. Oh, and by the way, you can see Gustav now. He's kind of um, he's like on his knees, and there's like a small shield around him that you are pretty sure is Sapphire's shield, but he's just like covered in blood, and he's got like you can actually see he has a pistol out, and there's like a few dead animals laying around him.
Brutal.
Wow.
Um, and he's kind of just got like one hand on the ground looking up, and he's just like panting. Uh, and uh, and then you see him uh, reach his hand out, and like uh, all of a sudden, uh, you you guys see like a big projectile of animals just like start heading directly towards your ball, the Sapphire's ball, just this huge mass of just animals coming straight towards you, and Gustav raises his hand, and then all of a sudden, um, right as the animals are about to impact the ball, they dissipate and just start flying away. Most of them like fly over you. It's like a scene from the birds where, or yeah, birds where just they just fly right past you, uh, and uh, you see Lawrence just fall to the ground, just holding the orb. And
Good, because I was
all
about to try and attack the fucking orb if it came to it.
I was
the
busy and not paying attention.
the there's still animals everywhere, but they look they're acting confused, and most of them are just like sprinting towards the tree line. Uh, a few a few of them are trying to like grab the dead animals that Gustav shot, but he's kind of like shooing them away.
Quiet Lawrence makes literal dragon.
A dragon golem made of other creatures.
Yeah, dude.
So Gustav shakily stands up and walks over to Lawrence, and and just like with Megumi, he looks up at Sappho and kind of gives her a nod, and Sappho says, "It looks like he's okay."
Good. Is everyone else okay as well?
Um,
Is Max like? How is he? Because he's a cat right now.
well, whenever you picked him up, actually, that's a good point. Um, go ahead and make a DCV roll.
Oh gosh.
And he just scratches at you.
Oh,
How dare you touch me? Haha.
all right,
Nice.
it goes to defender. So yeah, whenever you picked him up, uh, and the dragon creature looked at Akiho, he just started going ballistic, like he's trying to scratch you and like kind of thing. Um, but now that it's over, he's kind of just like you see his little cat eyes blink, and he goes, "Rah," uh, and
You
he,
good?
uh, and he's just like, "Rah."
I think that's cat for good.
Set the cat down at the side after
He
he's.
whenever you take a step back away from him, he kind of he turns back into a person, and he's like, uh, well, this is awkward. He says, I'm not sure what just happened.
You went total beast mode and could not and had to obey. And I point towards when I say had to obey, point towards Lawrence.
Oh, also, you attempted to scratch my face to pieces, but that's besides the point.
That's just normal, Max.
He kind of frowns at that comment. That kind of hit him.
Yeah, it did. I'm such a bitch.
That's okay. No, we're not. I wasn't harmed, and everyone else seems fine. Lawrence is not. He's just unconscious at the moment.
Meanwhile, there are two people literally face first in
Although,
the sand,
Yeah,
just like
Chiho and
paralyzed.
I know why though.
Sora.
I know why because I know who can do that.
Sa-
Kind of just fell
Safra
on their faces.
Safra actually kind of runs over to both of them and like turns them over so they don't start suffocating.
That's fair.
Yeah. I'm checking over Isabella and just being like, "You okay?"
Isabella just kind of nods her head. You whenever you notice there's like a little spark in her palm that just kind of goes away.
I would not have blamed her.
What about Lucilia and Vera? How are they looking?
They're kind of just Lucilia is. Go ahead and give me a soul roll for Lucilia.
I don't give a fuck about her.
Oh, it's so horrible.
She has the typical stone face that she always has. If anything, she looks mildly intrigued. Vera is noticeably standing in front of Lucilia, with like her hand down at her waist.
Ready to throw something.
Lucilia says, "Well, that was very enlightening."
If you wanna call it that, sure.
Well,
Gustav, you see Gustav walking over with he's kind of limping and there's like a trail of blood, coming from his forehead down to his eyes. There's just like little marks all over him, but he's like carrying um uh, I keep wanting to say Lucilia, Lawrence in his arms, and he kind of puts him down beside all of you guys, and he says, uh, well, I have to say uh, he did about as well as I expected for his first time. Uh, he Gustav says, sadly, I can't cut off birds from being birds. I was. He says, I'm sorry if I alarmed any of you, but I was worried that if I cut him off too soon, the animals were going to frenzy.
Hmm. Yeah, I didn't feel like really in the mood to fight a whale today, among other things. I don't want to mention the fucking flesh dragon. Bird flesh dragon.
Yeah, how are those whales doing?
One of them is beached, kind of far off the shore. Uh, you see actually hundreds of fish kind of just flapping on the beach. Um,
That's not unsettling.
but besides the one whale, it seems like the others stopped themselves. Uh, as far as you can tell, though, the whale is it's not happy to be beached, but it's a whale. It can breathe air, and it's kind of just going
Yeah.
like, like a whale making whale noises. But it's pretty far out. If you want to give me
sh-
a mind roll
I mean, I
to
love rolling
to
over.
notice the status of the whale, it's beached pretty hard, but it's probably not going to get back in the water on its own. It kind of like it it did its best to jump on the shore, uh, but then again, it's not like on the shore. It's still kind of far out. So maybe if the tide rises, it might kind of wiggle its way back.
Does someone mind doing something about that out there, or are we just gonna leave that?
Leave
I say as I
what?
point at the whale.
Leave. Oh, that.
Oh,
Gu-
isn't
Gustav frowns a little bit, and you see him look at his pistol, check the clip, put it back in.
Not like that. Seriously.
Sapphire? Can you use water?
Uh, she shakes her head, and she says, "There isn't anything I can do about that." And
Hmm.
Chiho is just like, "Oh, the poor whale."
Oh, I forgot about Chiho for a moment.
None of us have the telekinesis push, I guess. Push whale. I'm like trying to bullshit something.
I have spell push whale.
I mean, we can just try. We can just try collectively pushing it.
Yeah, let's all do that. Since I guess the teachers are either wanting to do nothing or put a bullet in it.
As you say this, you see its huge fin kind of just crash on the water, and just a huge tidal wave of water just crash on top of it as it goes. "Brrr." And Safra or Judas says, uh, I don't think that would be the safest idea, guys.
Oh, like putting our hands on an Atlantean orb. And I'm just gonna continue to keep going. I'm kind of inspired by sort of my crush here, and let's go push it off together if we can to save it, like students. Let's save the whale. Come on, Chiho. We need you to push.
Safra hands Judas a towel, and you see him just like start wiping blood off of his face. Like it's literally just trickles
I
of
don't give
blood
a
down his face.
I don't give a shit.
He looks
He's a
like
grown man.
Yeah, he looks kind of like Rambo after like a Rambo movie where there's just blood over his face and just like he's just been in battle. And Lawrence is just on the sand, passed out, while Megumi is walking out towards the whale.
To trying to save the whale. Yeah, this is a shit show.
Chiho, as soon as you say we need you to push, she goes, "Oh, okay," and she just immediately follows after you. Uh, what are the rest of you doing? Uh, Lucilia, Lucilia just says, um, "There's really no point. There's no way any of us could um, lift this well." E- Uh, and uh, and Vera says, uh, "Perhaps if Leon was still with us, but not any longer."
I'm still gonna try. Leon would have wanted us to try.
Uh, Isabella kind of just starts walking uh, behind you. Akiho and Karu, what are you doing?
Cheering them
Matt,
on.
Max is also kind of just staying with you, with Vera. Okay, and Akiho is just kind of like, yeah, go guys. Good luck.
You can do it. Doing like the. Hold on, let me see if I can get a good gif of it.
So, is there water going up to the point that is?
Yeah, it's in the shallow water. Like it couldn't actually get itself on the beach because it's so big. It's kind of
Mhm.
you have to go up to like waist height water to get to this thing. What is that, a golem?
Um,
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can freeze some of the water, or like, um, to maybe if we can get it to push, we can get it to the point where it will slide a little bit, make it a little easier on us. I don't know how much it'll actually be able to
Uh,
freeze, but
let what level is your power? Do you know how much ice you can make per level?
I have a 10. It's a 10-foot area, so I'd have to move a little bit because this is a big well.
Yeah, the this well is about like God, how big are wells? Like 60 feet long. So, yeah. How big is a whale? Google. Uh, so okay, somewhere between 60 and 80 feet long. So you can cover about 10 feet of that 80-foot whale.
Right. Okay. Um. Well, it's just to help. I'm
To
just
help
using it to
push.
help us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any because if it slides, it'll be easier than just pushing on freaking coarse sand.
Yeah. All right. You can give that a shot.
There you go. Yeah. God damn it.
Um. So I will activate my aura.
Uh, as you guys approach, the whale looks at all of you, and it seems very upset. Uh, how are you approaching this whale?
Uh, from the side where I can't get bit. I don't know how. I know how like whale like teeth are, but she don't know how whale teeth are.
All right. What
I mean, it
about
could still
you,
swallow you
Karu?
whole.
Yeah, I still can.
Uh, so to get it to slide, I'm gonna actually go on the other side of the whale, from where they're gonna be pushing.
All
Try and
right.
set that up.
So are you going around the back of the whale or the front of the whale or what?
I'm gonna give a good amount of space, but it. Oh, I guess where is the front of the whale? Is it towards us from where we're
It
coming from?
yeah, it is because it was heading directly for you.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna give a good amount of space in front. I'm not gonna go like up to its face because
All
that's
right.
silly. And go to its side.
All right, go ahead and roll me your power.
Okay.
Uh, oh, I meant the you don't have just a straight ice power in your
I don't.
Oh, you don't. Okay.
Yeah, that's basically what I've got.
Okay. Well, uh, that being the case, you can't, you don't have the fine control of it you would like because you haven't, worked on that per se. But um, you you do manage to freeze the water around in a little 10-foot area around the well, but you also kind of, freeze some of the water on the side of the well, and it you hear it wail in pain,
Yeah.
and it just kind of flails about just with a big dum, 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 throwing sand everywhere
Oh gosh.
and cracking the ice that you did to it.
Okay, maybe that's not gonna work. uh,
The uh, Chiho look um Jet is just like, oh, I really wish there was something we could do. Um,
I mean, we could still try and just push it. I guess
That's all I'm gonna do.
that's all we
Terribly,
really got
you,
terribly
left.
push it.
you're going to walk up to the giant flailing whale and hope it
Yes.
doesn't. Okay.
Well,
Doesn't hit me.
maybe wait till it calms down for a moment, but
Okay. It doesn't in particularly seem to like you, Karu. You just froze it.
I wasn't meaning to.
It kind of didn't like that. Um,
Yeah.
but um, Chiho just says, um, let's see. Actually, let's see. I'm going to let her have a mind roll with swimming, using her swimming because she knows water.
Nice.
Okay, she says, well, it's low tide right now. Why don't we can if we wait an hour, maybe there'll be enough water.
Uh, Fine. Will it live till then?
Uh, Chiho looks up at it and says, uh, I don't know. Uh, don't fit. Don't fish. Uh, can't fish not breathe air?
I kind of just stare at her blankly. Fine. I'll sit here, take care of the whale. I'll like splash water on him or some shit. I'm doing stuff I think I know about like sea life, so that's what
You
I'll be spending doing.
you can roll a mind check unless you think you just know that hey the whale can probably won't suffocate. Whales probably don't suffocate if they're on land for a little while.
Okay.
They'll
Well,
die of starvation. But also no, you wouldn't know this, but the
no.
whale would eventually its organs would eventually start to crush itself under its own weight.
Yeah, I think they like dry out and suffocate are the main things that kill them.
Yeah.
Suffocate not because of unable to breathe air, but because they're just
Their lungs
getting
are getting
crushed.
crushed.
They
Yes.
heavy. They chunk.
But for an hour, probably gonna be okay. You don't really know animals.
Nope. I'm not into animals or fucking creepy animal power, dragon powers.
All right. Well, Safra is tending to Gustav, tending his wounds. Judas has picked up Lawrence and has started walking him back, his unconscious self back to the place, back to the hotel. And Safra has basically said, "Hey, class is dismissed for you guys. You can enjoy the rest of your day."
I'm gonna spend time with the whale. That's
Uh,
my. That's
Chi
Oh,
for until.
Chiho stays with you.
Excellent. And by excellent, I'm like, oh, of course.
oh, and I was totally gonna go today.
Go. Wait. Go where?
Take my turn.
Oh, okay.
Totally.
Totally gonna go today. Like,
You're gonna put us all to sleep and poison us, like in a giant AOE.
And then at the same time heal you
Or-
guys.
Yeah, he'll just heal us constantly.
an aura of like coma, but you will be the healthiest you've ever been in your coma.
Nice.
Yeah. He'll actually start aging you in reverse.
Uh, uh, that's
You
us.
wake up and you're like 5 years younger.
I feel so youthful. Anyway. Uh so Chiho is waiting with you, Megumi. Um what are you going to do, Karu and Akiho? The rest, everyone else starts to leave. Max and
Let's stay
Sora and
here.
everyone else. Oh, you're gonna stay there with them? Okay.
Yeah.
Um.
Try to make sure they can, or cheer them on to make sure they can save the whale.
Yeah. Uh. What about you, Karu? What are you doing?
I mean, I want to wait around to make sure that we can get the whale off the beach.
All right. Judas actually stays there with you. Um. Judas decides he wants to stay with you guys, and he basically says, "Well, if you guys are planning on pushing it, I think you'd probably want my help."
So, Judas,
Yeah.
did did you all three of you do the same thing we're doing? Not with the whale.
I we had to do it when a long time ago. Yes.
Is this like a thing, a reoccurring thing?
We try to let let everyone who comes through here experience it at least once. Uh, we try to get them some training on it. Um, Normally there would have been more preparation um, before you suddenly were allowed to do it, but against my my protests, they were saying you were ready, so
Oh dear lord.
Hmm.
Explosive compression.
so uh, it's a beautiful day today.
Hmm.
I suppose it now, yeah.
I'm just gonna just stare at him. I don't know if he could see my indignation through his blind eyes, but it's there.
Um,
Not much for small talk, are you, Judas? Judas, not Judas.
He just kind of shrugs and he's like, well, when you're sitting in front of a giant well, it's hard to think of things to talk about. Around when he says that, the whale just goes, does the thing where it's like trying to blow water, but it's just like.
I feel like the whale would be a lot harder to move as dead weight, so I can't put it to sleep.
Bruh.
On this, I don't know, maybe dead weight whale would be better than it struggling.
Are you saying that, or are you just trying to reason it out?
Trying to reason it out.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Well, well, the water. You guys kind of sit on the beach for a while, and the water does start to rise. Um,
Is there anything you can do, or has Sora already left? I'm sorry. Did you say?
Sora left. The only ones
Dang
on
it.
the beach are you, Chiho, Isabella, and Karu, and Megami, and Judas.
Sora wouldn't be here for this.
Out to everyone. Then I was just saying, maybe Sora could have helped here. I don't know.
I mean, he might have been able to use the winds to push more water under it.
Yeah, but he's not. Typical
He's-
Sora.
Tends not to do much for others.
Jiho just says, "Well, it'll be fine when the water comes up. We'll just move the water and move the water, and that'll move the whale out, right?"
I mean, we can. I mean, I think the idea was since the tide was rising that it would just move up enough, we could just start pushing it.
Yep.
She kind of looks at you funny, and she says, "That won't be enough. That won't be enough. We'll have to actually get the water and move it."
But how? How would you go about doing this, Chiho?
You just do it. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
What? You grab a handful of water and just toss it onto the whale? That's what you're talking about?
Just do it.
And she looks at she legitimately looks at you like you're stupid, and she says, "No, no, you just look at it really hard in it and move it."
That's not how things work.
Yes, it
Chiho.
is.
No, it isn't. I can't
Yeah.
not do that.
What do you mean you can't do that?
Wait a
Everyone
minute.
can do that.
No, Chiho. That's a
Wait.
Chiho thing.
Can you do that, Chiho?
Yeah?
Okay. That's one of your powers. Whoa.
And
It's gotta be. None of us can do that. I'm pretty sure. Can you do that, Akiho?
I thought everyone could do that. I say with just like a grin on my face.
I'll give a slight glare.
uh, Chiho is like, "See? You're the weird one."
Megumi?
Oh my god. I just say, yeah, everyone. And
Yes.
Judas is just not saying anything in the back, just trying to not laugh.
I am baffled. My eyes are wide. I'm just like, really?
Chiho says, she claps her hands together and she says, "Ah, I know what it
that's
is."
what my face is saying.
She says, "I know what it is. Since you do the whole cold thing with the water, you can't move it because it's ice and not water."
My face
Oh, that
stays
makes
like that as I
sense.
blink. That's my
I'm
face.
just-
Like,
I'm-
holy shit.
I just bury my head into my hands, or my face into my
She-
hands. It's
she-
like,
She walks up to you and puts her hand on your shoulder, and she says, "When you do that," and she said, "No, it's okay. Don't feel bad."
I
Yeah,
remove my hands from my face, and I'm just like, well, I think the water's risen enough. How about you try and move it?
Let's see. I think she can move she can move a few gallons at a time. Let's see. Let's see. A cubic meter of water. That's actually a lot.
A cubic meter?
that's more than I can move with my cupped hands.
That's quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And The water is whenever you guys get into the water, right? It's about now up to your shoulders, right? Um, and she says, all right, well, let's do this. Why don't everyone, I guess, except Karu, come and help me.
Uh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll go through the motions and like wave my hands and stuff.
Oh my God, such a low roll. But the good thing is this doesn't really need a roll to work.
Gosh.
Oh shit.
So she kind of puts her hand on the top of the water and like you see the water start to like move. There it's hard to say hard to exactly describe it, but it's like it's not like a wave is coming. It's like she's pulling water in, like if it was a giant bucket or something. And and um, you see the water start to pull around the whale in an unnatural looking way, like it's just like pressing up against the whale, like if it's sticking to it. And and she says, uh, "Okay, guys, why don't we like start using the water to push it out?" Uh,
All right,
and
let's do it.
and
I'm just looking at all of you. Like, really?
and and she turns to look at you, Megumi, and she says, "You've got to do more."
Yeah, Megumi.
All right,
go.
fine. I'll help. I don't know. It's just like my hands splashy splash.
Yeah, you just got you splash in the water, and she said, Chiho kind of nods her head in satisfaction. She's there, better, and then she like closes her eyes and like she's like, and you see water start like coming from the front of the back of the well to the front, and uh like push like slowly pushing on the well, and you see Chiho just standing there like just for a good like 2 or 3 minutes, and uh and uh Judas calls out and he says, "I don't think this is working." It's working, Chiho. And then Chiho says, "No, it's working. It's almost there. Akiho, I need a little bit more."
Ah! Then
Oh
I'm
my
just
God.
like look like I'm straining like a
Super
Super
Saiyan.
Saiyan.
And and then suddenly you just a fraction of an inch, the well moves just a little bit, and then just a little bit more and a little bit more, and slowly, it's happening very slowly, but the whale is moving, and when the whale feels itself moving, it starts flailing around a bit more, and so it starts moving a little bit faster, and it takes about 15 minutes, uh, but eventually the whale gets to a point where it like kind of flounders over to its side and like kind of rolls, but it rolls into a deeper part of the water where it can like its tail start is facing towards you.
And
And
then I just like stop straining and I'm like, ah.
Chiho like just looks exhausted. There's like sweat down her brow, and she just like leans back in the water, just like falls and lets herself sink.
That was tough.
From beneath the water, Chiho's hand just comes out of the water and gives you a big thumbs up and smile.
I have a feeling you really don't like these classes.
What?
Are you saying that to Akio?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. This was fun.
Oh shoot, I was Googling something and I forgot all about anyway.
Don't you like moving the water too?
I love moving the water. It's what I came here for.
There. Uh-huh. Well, that was actually pretty interesting. Watching you guys strain yourselves like that.
Well, you didn't strain much, did you?
No, I didn't, but I'm. I don't have power over water, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you're just kind of weird like that.
Yeah, because everyone else does.
Chi Judas, you don't see this, Karu, because he's behind you, but he's just like smirking, shaking his head. Just like, oh, he's just got like an oh my god face on his, but he's not saying anything.
Well, I guess now that the whale is back in the water, I guess we can head back now.
Yeah, let's go
Yeah.
back.
Let's go rest for tonight. It was rough, and then we can go back at it tomorrow.
Well,
Judas says, well, you guys don't have class tomorrow, so you guys can do whatever.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
yeah, we gotta.
Did you
Prepping,
get,
or
did
prepping to
you
go
guys have
somewhere.
any prepping to go where?
Do you not remember the whole plan to go see that bunker?
No,
Yeah,
that
we
that
had
was
the.
in character.
Oh,
Oh,
uh,
nothing.
so
I look at him like nothing.
Yeah, no plans here at all. Tee hee. I just turn around and like, with like, you know the smile where you put your fingers into your cheeks and smile, and I'm just like
Right.
doing that. Akio like just spins around and like starts walking away.
Uh, he just kind of looks at you guys weird, and he's just like, uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nothing suspicious.
Chiho gets out of the water now, and she says, "Where are we going?"
Nowhere,
Um,
Chiho.
we're
We're going
going
back.
To the dorms.
yeah.
And she just kind of goes, "Aw, okay."
Well, I mean the whale is back where it needs to be, right?
Perfect. The game's theme song. Uh, and Chiho just says, Yeah, I guess you're right. He's back with his friends, and she kind of points out, and there's like two other whales beside the one whale.
Nice. It's good to be by friends.
Indeed.
Well, if you guys don't have any plans for tonight, then we can call the session here. Is there anything you guys want to finish up?
Let me think. Oops.
Not really.
No, I don't have anything.
All right.
Hang on a minute.
Now Akiho just needs to figure out a way to not have to touch the orb and die.
Or kill. That's always a. Actually, you're okay with killing.
I think they'll know if you're not touching the orb.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if nothing happens, then that's gonna be a
Akio
dead
just-
giveaway.
Akio just walks up and touches the orb and absolutely nothing happens. And just like turns around and shrugs and walks back.
Yes, I don't have any powers.
I don't have any powers.
So if we do talk about like we'll just like generally talk about like what we need like to go to the bunker. I just want to bust out one of these, and if anything goes wrong, I'm sure Karu will be there to protect us, and I'll just give him one of these. I am slightly smitten by your power
Oh gosh.
and your ability to sort of keep calm.
Jealousy turns into adoration.
I was a bit jealous, but I mean it's still like he doesn't use it for ill, not like Sora. Scary flash dragons.
Yeah, the flesh dragon was scary, and Akiho barely even noticed it. Too busy.
Yeah, you're too busy giving comfort.
All right. Well, I'm going to say the session is over now.
All right.